All right, all right, all right. I think I be live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're having fun, enjoying all this wonderful Scorpio full moon energy that is a flowing here for us. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Excited as we always are to see what messages come through from Spirit. Before we get into all that, though, we do like to come back to this moment, and we do that by taking a big deep breath in, holding it for as long as we feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. That's the key, is slow exhale out, because that slows our bohiny down so that we can come to this moment instead of being in the future or in the past or in the chaos of the outside world. We can come back to this moment right here, right now in our heart. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's do that. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some beautiful love energy too. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. And I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I do that, we can just imagine that beautiful love energy inside of us just expanding and kind of pulsating out into our mind and all of our stories and our thoughts and our beliefs, into our heart and all of our emotions, to our physical bodies and to all of our joints and our tissues and our blood, just every cell of our body. And then into our energetic system, all the meridians, energetic meridians that run through our bodies, our chakras, out into our auras. And then once it fills us up, flowing out to the outside world, let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet, the love vibration of the planet. And of course, what we can do always is we can focus in on one little thing that we're grateful for in the moment begins to raise our vibration very fast, very quickly in the moment, magnetizing us to receive messages from spirit and also more of what we are wanting and grateful for. So it's always a win, 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 win. So let us begin. I'll do it 3 times. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. I just love doing that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, we'll put her back here. She can watch over us. So, hello, everybody. It's so good to have you guys here. Excited. Let's see what we have here going on in the spirit realm and what they want us to have in this wonderful, beautiful adventure today. So if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So thanks for being here. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank God. And there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. We try to keep it high vibrational, a safe space for everyone. So thank you for doing that. And if you want to know how the whole process works, all that information is down in the description area of the video. Um, Donations do get first priority, so we'll dive into those first. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat or down in the description area. It does talk about all of my payment options, all my donation options: Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Square, Google Pay. I think those are it. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. I know to everyone, at least right now, I don't have any set dollar amounts. Um, so whatever you're able to give from your heart, I do honor that. And yeah, I do get to free readings every session, at least 30 minutes of it. And at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. I know we are super fancy here. And so hopefully um, you enjoy those. And if you have to leave and come back later after the stream ends, is when I post it, like right after it ends. Within 90 seconds is my, what do we used to call it in corporate life? It was like an, a, a an agreement, a user agreement. I will have it in 90 seconds. I try anyway, unless I get up to go do something and forget right away, but I try to do it before I get up from my seat. Um, yeah. So I feel like that is a lot of the skinny on everything. I do also offer, and then I continue to talk, I know, private personal readings, both virtual and recorded, where you send me your questions. I record a video, upload it to a private area on YouTube, and send you the link. And those are um, a reduced price from my virtual live ones because I don't have to look pretty. All you do is see the cards being pulled and the hands. So I just make sure my hands have lotion. I don't have to worry about my hair or anything. Anyway, just jokes. But all that information's down in the description area of the video. Um, and we have the Scorpio full moon yesterday. This was the last of these videos I'm putting about making the most of the full moon energies. This one is the Scorpio. You can still use release energy from that. And if you want to know more about the, even more about making the most of full moon energy in general, this one dives more into the rituals of release and creation of affirmations. So if you want those are all free. You can check those out. And then I do have a podcast that comes out about every 2 weeks, which is called The Easier Path. We're on a little journey of reviewing our empathic abilities. Everyone has them. The Adventure 15 was all about why do we have, you know, bigger empathic abilities? You notice that you have more emotional connection to others than other people. Why? And then some tools on how you can ride the tsunami wave of emotion instead of get smacked around by it and practically drowned. This one just came out. Venture 16 is growing the empathic gift. We kind of talk about generally how we'll approach it and some little hints and already. And then there's going to be 4 little phases. The next 4 videos, the next 4 episodes will be around the 4 phases of growing your empathic and other spiritual gifts because they all kind of come from the same space. So if you're interested, it's a free podcast. The link is down in the description area of the video. Also, if you click on my name and go to the main, it's towards the top. You'll see the playlist for that as well. So that is the skinny, my friends. Let me do some shout outs here. Make sure my little lists are all updated, and we'll get into the readings because that is why we're here. So let's start here. Let me make some more space. And let's see, we got Plate of Spaghetti. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. Hope you're well. Riding this Scorpio energy. You having fun? Essence of Ethereal Serenity, hello, good to see you as well. Lovely to see you, I like it. So thank you. I got you on the free list here as well. Boom, boom. And we have, let's see, is that cans her? It's like cancer sign, but it's cans her. Yeah, I see cancer in your little definite your posting here. So hello, hello, good to see you. We got you on the free list here. Well, we have Livia Vagata in the house. Hey, hey, hey. Good to see you. Oh, I see you have your wonderful question popped in here. I'll get you on the free list there too. So good to see you. Blessed Saturday. All right. And Leslie, hello, hello. Good to see you. Beautiful as ever, right? That singing bowl, singing away. So I like that. And we got CJ and the cats in the house. Hey, CJ, good to see you. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case YouTube has kept that between the two of you. So just an FYI, but good to see you. And then we got Steffi. Hello, hello. What's coming towards your brother Aquarius? Oh, uh-oh. You have an Aquarius brother. I am an Aquarius. Wonder how my brother feels about that. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. Hello. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey. Good to see you here. I don't see a question from you yet either, Sean, just in case. But good to see you. And we've got Bay. Hey, Bay. Good to see you. I think I have you. Yep, that's where I had made it down to. So good to see you. We got you on there about your relocation, so we'll take a look into that. Leslie, I got you on the free reading list here as well. I did have a fantastic day. Got some stuff done. Didn't go do my workout today because I'm just getting back into it, and I'm like, let's not overdo it. I did it on Thursday. Went for a walk on Friday. Yesterday or today, I on my schedule supposed to go do workout again, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait. Maybe tomorrow. If not, I have it back on Monday. So we're gonna take it easy. But we'll dive into your question there. And then we've got Anna in the house. Hey, Anna, good to see you. I got your dual questions here. So you are on the list here. We got Blueberry as well. Hey, Blueberry. We got you on the free reading list. We've got Lotus of Serendipity. We got you on the free list. Good to see you. And then we've got Sudashna Ghosh. We have two for you. Let me give those a love and a like. You'll be up first here. And you might be asleep right now, though, too. And then Mini Heal, we have you first on the free reading. So we will, when we get to those, you will be up first. All right. So where we're at for donations, we got Sudeshna up for 2 and Anna up for 2 is what we have for right now. More may come in, of course. So, but as soon as we're done with a lot of donations, we head into free readings. Sometimes I'll go 2 to 3 hours with donations and then end up with free readings, but we always will get to some. I've been getting to all of them for a couple months, it feels like, probably more than that. I try to get to all the free readings. Sometimes I was on up 7 hours. Can you believe it? Wow. I do take some breaks when that happens, though. Don't worry. We try to balance. All right. I really love this deck. We're going to continue to use the Phantom Tarot this evening. We do have, if you have donations that add up to $5 or more, you do get one of your fortune cookies is the Beltane Oracle because it's Beltane. Happy Beltane, everyone. We're halfway in between the spring equinox and the summer solstice. So here we go. Summer's on its way. And then all donations will get the Universe Has Your Back card. If you don't get one of the Beltane, that's when you get one of these. They're really fun cards, really beautiful, short and to the point, but they're beautiful. So that's how we're going to do it tonight. So let's take a quick sip here. I like to start off with a little cheers to everyone to say that I'm so grateful that we're on this adventure together. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. Helps spread the Zen love. And you're part of the love tsunami. It does help out. So thank you for doing that, commenting on the videos, watching all these streams, participating. It helps get all of the videos and my podcast out in front of other people. So I'm grateful for that. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Have some wonderful coffee. All right. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So Jojo, you're going to get back to donations next week too. Oh yeah. Nope. You have been giving for so long. I never have any expectations, you know. I'm grateful for the donations when people can do them, and I understand when there's, other things that we have to do, like eat, you know? So, thank you for that. I don't see a question from you, just in case, um, but I'm sure you're gonna put one here. All right, so let's dive in, everybody. I'm excited. Let's go. So, Sudeshna, you're up for 1623. You are up for number 1. So, you wanna know about the upcoming week, love, career, and health and guidance. All right. All right. So let's see here. For love, what is the energy? I want you to know. Okay, 1 card for that. We've got career. We got, 2 cards for love, 2 cards for career, 2 cards for health. And do you want these 2? 4 cards for guidance. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles is an energy really it is an abundance energy coming in here, but I feel like a lot of the energy I'm feeling with the card for you this week, is this mother nature, mother nurture, focusing in on you, taking care of your physical body, doing things for you, a focus. So, you're so giving to everyone else, always thinking about everyone else. This is a week really to focus in on you. For love, you've got the Fool card and the Strength card. Wow, 2 major arcana. And the Fool card is about a new adventure, free of expectations, letting expectations go, full of possibilities. And the Strength card, this beautiful relationship with your human, with your higher self here, with the infinity symbol above her head. So it feels here, because this feels like such an Alice in Wonderland. She's chasing the rabbit down the hole, that this feels like not so much about, you know, a love adventure with a person as much as it is kind of going on this adventure with your higher self. And even with your inner child is what's coming in with this Fool card, because I feel like there is this kind of Alice in Wonderland. She was a teen, I think she was a young girl in the book. I don't think I've ever read the book now that I think about it. But I feel like she was younger, and it's getting in tune with your younger self and allowing yourself to play. I don't feel like you got to play a lot when you were younger. And now is the time they're like, "Oh, can we go play now? Can we go do something fun?" Whether it's for a walk or down a slide or on the swings or doing something a child would do, kind of creating some play dates, because I feel like it's important for you to develop self-love. For next week, this Queen of Pentacles focusing on you, nurturing you. Go plan some play dates, at least 3 with your inner child. Um, 2 during the week and 1 on the weekend coming up, like next weekend. You can do 1 this weekend on the house, but 2 next week and then 1 next weekend, doing that. So that's what their kind of guidance is around love for now. For career, you do have the Queen of Swords and the Page of Swords. This next week, you're getting a lot of clarity coming in with all this swords energy and the Ace of Swords that's there. And this definitely is about what is the balance between your head and the heart with the Queen of Swords. So more clarity comes in around what is this that you're wanting to do. This makes sense. If you take time to play, take time to get away, this will help you get out of your head and into your heart. And this will allow you to see more of that balance, not just the mind going, we need to do this, this, this. The heart's like, why isn't anyone listening to me? You can bring both to be able to do that. And I feel like that's a lot of what comes in here for your career next week. For health, you have the Six of Wands and the King of Swords. I do feel like you gain some, here's more swords, clarity, mind stuff. But this, um, I feel like you are getting some information next week, some realization that comes through. If you take this time for yourself to nurture yourself and to go do some fun things for you, even by yourself with your inner child, it doesn't have to be with other people. This is really sitting with yourself. The Six of Wands is like it's a victory, it's an uplifting energy, it's a flow of energy. I feel like you get energy back in your body. You feel more balanced as you realize when I get less stressed, my body feels better. And when you have more fun and less focus in on the fear and the stress and this and trying to please this person, trying to do this, trying to do that, when you're able to just sit in silence and be away from all that, you're like, "Wow, why do I feel so much better?" Because your body is, like, relaxed and it's able to work really well. So I love that. Your guidance for next week, yeah, you have the Six of Pentacles. There's a little bit of this focusing in on your, um, what is your rate of exchange? Why are you feeling you have to give so much and deserve so little? I think we've talked about my podcast, the, um Where It Be podcast episode that talks about the Six of Pentacles, about abundance. I'll put it out here for everyone, and I will put it under your name, just under the pinned comment if you want to check that out, because it keeps coming up for a lot of people right now, the Six of Pentacles. And it makes sense with this Scorpio, full moon energy. Scorpio is kind of like the revealer of secrets, revealing emotion, bringing things up that need to be looked at to be set free from. And I feel like this next week, that really is helpful because when we recalibrate our rate of exchange, that allows things to come into our lives like abundance. Otherwise, they sit just outside of our reach, going, I want to get to you. And like, well, why don't you come over here? And our inner child's like, no, we don't deserve that yet. That's why I'm keeping it over there. As soon as I feel we've done enough, then I'll let it in, but we don't deserve it yet because it feels like it's supposed to give so much to deserve so little. Once you bring it down to one, then things come more easily into your life. Yeah, you have the Wheel of Fortune that's coming in here with the Six of Pentacles, along with the Hierophant. Yeah, and the Moon. So here's all that energy. The Hierophant is showing you the changes that can happen, the changes that can bring fortune into you here. But all these four cards together are bringing that message that I just brought in, that it's important to look at that underlying subconscious because that really is what keeps things away from us, that abundance. There's two things that control that in our life: our energy. What are we focusing on? If I'm focusing on lack and less than, need and want and fear of not having enough, I push it all away. If I'm focusing on gratitude for what I have and what I have had, it does draw it towards us, but then it stays on the outside gates of the city because our inner child is going, nope, can't have it yet. So we can do all the gratitude, all of the focus, and draw all this abundance towards us. But the second thing is opening the floodgates that allow it all to come into us. And our little inner child, emotional inner child, is the one in charge of that. So that's the one we need to have a conversation and the time with. And maybe that play date with your emotional inner child can help them open up and listen to you as you recalibrate that rate of exchange, right? So that's for your second one coming up. Here's your first fortune cookie. I like it. There's nothing sexier than my authentic truth. Look, here's the full moon. Nothing sexier than being true to my authentic self and my authentic truth. Not trying to be someone else, but being who I am. Sexy. I love it. All right, so that's what they have for your first one. We'll circle back around here for your second one, lickety split here. Just see here. All right, Jojo. So you'll put your question here in a bit. All right, very good. And then we got May. Hey, May, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. All right, good to see you. So you are on it. Boom, boom. All right, so that was it. So Sudeshna, we got 2535 for your second one. There's your timestamp. And you want to know the month of May for you with love specifically. All right. Let's see, based on current energy, what's coming your way regarding love, right? Wow, one, two, right? Right, all those. Sorry, as I'm crunching my throat lozenge here. That's sexy too, I know. All right. Yum, yum, yum. All right. It's my dinner. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of cups. So the month of May for you in love is all about sorrow. No, not really. It's about realizing what emotions that you've been crying over, right? That's what we do. Then we got the 2 of cups up here though. It's like a relationship on the shelf, but it's also the power of emotional choice that comes in. Underneath the surface here, wow. Sorry, there was some leftover cough drop in my mouth. You got the 10 of cups and the 7 of cups. A lot of emotions to be felt. And this makes sense with what we just were talking about in your first reading because, you've got this, all these emotions pushed down that your emotional inner child wasn't able to feel and express when they were younger, right? Because, of course, when we're 7 years old and younger, um, adults appreciate, there's 3 ways that we express emotions as children and express ourselves because we don't start developing our mental child from 7 to 14. So when we're looking at how we express ourselves, first we express ourselves through happiness and joy and laughing. Oh, adults love that. Happy, child, joy, 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 right? Crying child, sad child, depressed child. Oh no, you better snap out of that or I'll give you something to cry about, right? Or our anger and our tantrums. Oh no, saying no, right? Not acceptable. Those two were punished for. So we don't know, we're not allowed to express them, so we push them down, right? And they don't go anywhere. They still stay down there charged until they're felt, until they're allowed, and we can reparent ourselves in a way, but it's more we get to be the parent that we've been looking for, that one that loves us unconditionally, that one that gives us unconditional time and attention, the parent that no child gets, right? Because parents are busy living and trying to keep us alive with food and living their lives and trying to please everyone, going through their own adventures, right? So we're like, oh, that's where our overgiving comes. We give so much and we get so little back. But this whole love for you for May feels like you're processing a lot of emotion, not falling in love. Because I feel like all this helps you raise your love vibration. So you draw in someone at a higher vibration instead of continuing to do what we've always done and get what we've always got. Because do you want to continue to have what you always had before? Here, I'll let you push the no button. So no, you do not. I hear you. I hear you, Sudeshna. So let's see what else unfolds here for me. Yep, you got the King of Wands. So you're really, getting into tune with your heart. The King of Wands kind of pushes all the thoughts and the people out of the throne room to have some quiet time to dive into their heart, to then decide what they want, make a plan, and to move forward, right? So I like that's coming in here. You have the 8 of Wands. So there is a lot of movement of passion. There is a lot of movement of energy that comes in. And I feel like you get a lot of energy back because, especially emotional energy, when you realize how much emotional energy you are putting into your charged emotions and then to also keep them down so you don't burst out crying in a meeting or get angry and throw things around at someone. We suppress and push down a lot of emotions. It takes energy to do that. And then there could be some letting go of relationships that don't serve you anymore too, those that you're giving so much and getting so little back from. I feel like you are going through a lot of that in May as well with this Eight of Wands, because it's you get all this emotional energy back. Because if our heart, we have an emotional bank, right? If all of this emotional energy is being invested in all these people, all these things, you're not getting a whole lot back. All this energy being used on those charged emotions, keeping things down. There's not a whole lot of emotional energy left in your emotional bank. And your heart goes, we can't afford to have a relationship. We don't have enough. And we can't overdraw. We can't, you know, um, give more emotion than we have. And so the heart goes, no, can't come in. So as you build this up, and this was happening this month, you're building up your emotional energy that will allow a relationship to come in. So you're doing a lot of the prerequisite work and preparation for love to come in, right? Yeah, the Seven of Swords, you're looking at and dealing with emotions around betrayal, being lied to, being deceived. You're also learning your own thoughts and beliefs that deceive you. One of the big ones that your worth is defined by other people's behavior, their actions and non-actions, words or silence. That is a lie. That is not true. You get to learn that. You have the Hierophant. Yep, you're reflecting a lot here upon your what we call stepping stones, those relationships you've had in the past. This is a great month for you to look at, what did I learn through these? What did I learn about myself? What were these mirrors trying to show me? Why did I want them to experience them in my life? Because I'm the one that brought them into my life and agreed before we came down here. I wanted them to show me what I want to see about myself until I see it. And who knows what they saw about themselves. That's not our, you know, our business. We come back to our business and go, what did I learn through them? Because I don't want to keep repeating that. And I will until I'm aware of what I learned. So taking the time now to go, what did I learn from that? Then I don't have to have those mirrors anymore, because the reflection doesn't change. Everyone's a mirror, right? The reflection that we see doesn't change until the person looking in the mirror changes, right? If the same person looks in 5 mirrors, you're gonna see the same person, unless it's like those crazy carnival mirrors, but we're saying that it's not those. It's the regular mirrors. We're gonna see the same reflection until we change, right? So I like that for you. This is a big month of change for you. Yeah, the Seven of Swords moving to the Eight of Swords. You are leaving behind a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that did make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And then you will have a new sense of your worth and looking to the outside world here with the Page of Pentacles. You're raising your self love, you're raising your self worth. And then the Justice card. Yeah, you're getting a lot of clarity about what you want in relationships. Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships and partnerships. That Ace of Swords she has, it helps clear away those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations that don't serve you anymore. And you're getting a lot of clarity around what you do want in love and what you don't. So, this is, like I said, it's a month of prerequisite, and it'll continue to do that if we don't do hardly anything with it. June will be that, July will be that, August will be that, September will be that. It the, time in which you meet the next love, then significant love in your life depends on your inner work, how much you're raising your love vibration by letting go of those thoughts that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve you, physical things that don't serve you. Speeds things up. Otherwise, slow boat to China, right? Your fortune cookie is, when I'm in alignment with love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. So, yeah, you're focusing on the love, your inner love, which is the love of the universe. So, I like it. So, that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. hopefully that helps. Of course, if you're wanting, like, how can I do all this? My podcast, The Easier Path, is all about trying to make this path an easier path. So be sure to check those out. Like I said, I gave you the abundance one, but there's of course, a ton of other episodes there, other adventures. So that is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donations. Let's see here. We got Little Pink Pearl in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Love the flowers. Got you on the free list. And before you here, we've got Seren Nebula. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. Right now, we're finishing up donations. And then if I don't have any other donations here, I just have 2 right now for Anna. And if there's none after that, we'll start into free readings, but we'll see how that unfolds because they kind of start trickling in. All right. So let's shuffle up here. I'm going to take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. We'll dive back in. All right. So Anna, hello, hello. You're at 3636. Look at those. I like it. And thank you for your dual donations. Let me just give them both a love and a like here while I'm remembering them, since I have everything over here on the side. It's easier for me. So you said, first and foremost, you'd like to thank you for the spot on reading. I love you. You're always so, you share that with me, and I do love that. So with your MRI, right? So you met with the doctor the other day, and like you said, the MRI helped explain things. Perfect. You're scheduled to have 2 injections in different locations, like on your body, you mean? One on Thursday, and the other is scheduled beginning of June. Okay. Or you mean maybe physically different too. So thank you forever and always for your kind, loving support. I greatly appreciate you too. Thank you so much for your kind words. If I could blush, if I still blushed, I would blush. So thank you. But for tonight's questions, for entertainment purposes, I love it. You'd like to focus on your 2 8-year-old doggies. Hey, Anna. So your 2 8-year-old pups. My goodness. So number 1, a Saint Bernard. Oh my gosh, that's right. You do have your little mini horse. So Wednesday, the day after his annual checkup, of course, he started limping. Did they give him treats at the vet? He's like, maybe if I act hurt, they'll take me back for more treats. Anyway, he started limping on his front leg. And at the annual 180 pounds, holy cow. At the annual appointment, the vet prescribed him, or not prescribed, diagnosed him with arthritis in his back leg. So he's eating and drinking normally, but why all of a sudden is he limping on his front left leg? All right. What's going on? What's to happen? Is your boy okay? Oh, Buddha, 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 boo, boo. All right, let's take a look here. So why, what can we know about this limping, sudden limping of the front leg? What's going on? What's to happen based on current energies? And are they okay? And a message from them to you. Oh, how cute. I love it. They're going to have a message from them to you. Yeah, he's tall, you're 5'11", and his head comes up to your hip. Yeah. I remember my mom, it's actually when we lived in Colorado Springs when I was like 8 years old and younger. My mom or her family took care of someone, Saint Bernard, for a week while they had to go out of town. And they were in the backyard, and I was 8 years old, so they were like, was like, bah! It's like a giant horse. Could almost probably throw a little saddle on him and ride him. They were huge, but such lovely, so loving. Just blah, 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 blah. So, I like that. So let's see here. Why all of a sudden is he limping on his front leg? So we got the 5 of Swords and the 2 of Wands that's coming in here. Five of Swords, conflicting energy that's coming in here. So there's something that's going on here. It's like stress. I feel stressed as I'm connecting with them. And the Two of Wands is like I go from 0 to 100 miles an hour. I feel like he strained something. I don't know if it's a coincidence that there's a black cat on here. It almost feels like there's something that, like, not so much an animal that's teasing them, but I could see like a cat or a squirrel, something going, "Na na 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 na," and he's like, "Rah," and he gets all excited and he thinks he's a puppy, and it feels like I did something, like I strained something because I was suddenly super excited and got a, like we do when we think we're 20 years old and we go do stuff and go, "Oh, these muscles aren't like they used to be." Kind of feel like that kind of energy there. Let's see what else. What's going on? And we got the Chariot. There is this, it's interesting. I normally don't get that with the Chariot or the Five of Swords, this conflict energy, but the power of choice. The Chariot has like the pull back and forth between a white horse and a dark horse. And it's like this struggle of going back and forth and back and forth. So here's that energy again. I don't know if your dogs have been extra playful, because I almost feel like maybe they're pulling back and forth on something, or they're roughhousing and they overdid it, kind of energy. But I'm definitely feeling like there's this pull and this suddenness of a sudden choice that they make to go like, "Squirrel, what's that?" Psh, and they are heading in one direction and then they wanna go a different direction, and I just feels like more so that. What's to happen? Yeah, they have the Knight of here I am riding the Saint Bernard. There you go. Exactly as we were saying. The Knight of Pentacles, it feels like it'll slowly get better here. It feels like they just need to chill, and calm down a bit. That's here. So, we'll see what they have, with this. Because what's to happen, well, that's what's going on. Let's see. Yeah. So that's what will happen is slow, tran trans transition. It feels like it'll get better here. Are they okay? We got the Emperor. Yeah, we got that Aries energy. Let's see, you got 3 other cards. Let's see. We got the Emperor. We do have the 9 of Pentacles, and we do have the 7 of Cups. Yeah, there's a lot of emotion here, a lot of fiery energy, and the 9 of Pentacles is this, I don't know why they have this feeling of abandonment or this feeling of being alone, like not being part of the pack. We'll see what their message is from for you here in a moment. But I do feel here that they are feeling a lot of emotions. I'm not sure if there's been a lot of stress in the house that they've been picking up on, because they're very sensitive to that as well. And I just feel like with all these emotions, I feel like they're kind of on edge a little more with all this Aries energy in this. But there's something about, why is there suddenly a, what do they call it when dogs, especially when they feel, when people leaving to go do stuff and they can't go, it's that abandonment syndrome. It's something called something else, but especially among pack animals like dogs, they're like, "Why did I get to go?" So I'm not sure what this is about. Um, with that, but I do feel like there's a lot of emotional energy around it there. Um, underneath the surface, you know, separation anxiety. Thank you, May. That's right. That's exactly perfect. That's what I was looking for. Thank you for being my reference reference program. On the bottom of the deck, you have the Page of Cups, which is about happiness and joy. I feel like that'll help too. Maybe they're needing a little extra love, and maybe this is also a good thing for us to be aware of too. Yeah. You're working from home until June. Well, there you go. Like more happy, happy, happy energy, I feel is like, what they're trying to look at here. Their message to you, oh, I love it. The lovers. Their message to you is you're important to me. I love you. You're my partner in life. And I like that. I like it that they are basically saying that you mean so much to them. So I love that. It is the power of emotional choice card too. And dogs, one of the big reasons why they choose us and the duty, I guess you can call it the duty that they have with us, you know, is to help transform our stress and our lower vibration emotional energy that helps, the wagging of the tail and different things like that help transform it too. So it's almost like they're pointing out that I chose you and you're my person and I came to help you move your energy and and I like that. Maybe just give them some appreciation for it. I don't feel like they're asking for it, but I feel like with that Page of Cups, it's like, "Thank you, boo boo doo boo, so much. Here's an extra treat," right? So, I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. So, you've got the key to prayer is to forget what I think I need. Ooh, I like that. So instead of thinking here that this shouldn't be happening, because that's the resisting energy, lacking energy, it's why did I want this to happen right now? Why is this happening for me right now? And releasing that it's supposed to be something else than the other with that. So I like that. Yeah. I feel like with that Knight of Pentacles, that's slow moving, so I do feel like they said that it will, this is gonna take care of things. They will, it will move him forward, in that. And how long until he feels better? Um, Let me see here if they'll give me a when card. We'll do one follow-up on this here for you and see what we've got. Based on current energies. Of course, that can change, but current energies, yeah, we've got the summertime, and we have the sun card. Again, someone, oh, I guess they usually are riding a horse here. Someone, just don't let anyone ride him. No, no horse rides for him. During that time here. But, it does feel like June 20th is when I feel like they'll be back to their old rambunctious self, with that coming in there. I like it. All those horses with saddles. I tell you, who's riding it? Is there a monkey riding him around the backyard? Alright. You very much. You're very welcome. Alright. Let me just a couple of quick shout outs here. We'll go on to your number 2 here. So, hey, Neelam, good to see you. Hey, hey. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case you put it out there and YouTube kept it between you guys. But good to see you. And we got Cat Mia. Hello, Cat Mia. Whoops. Let's try that again. Mouse went wild there. There we go. So, Cat Mia, good to see you. Got you on the free list here as well. All right. I think that was it. All right. So, Anna, for number 2, we are at 49:56. So, here's your 2nd timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. 49:56. All right, and we're moving on to the number 2, the eight-year-old, Pyrenees, is that how you say that? Uncle Dave's dog, uh-oh. "Dave, Dave, oh, here he comes." He is like, "Yeah, let's talk." So he gets shaved 2 times a year to keep his coat manageable, but lately he's been developing hot spots. About 4 months ago, the vet prescribed him, antibiotics and skin ointments. About a month ago, it's like having 2 extra children, isn't it? Um, so after his shave today, you notice several hot spots have developed again. So what the heck is going on? No changes in his food or environment. What's the cause? What needs to change? And is he going to be okay? All right. So again, entertainment purposes, of course, I am not a licensed vet, as you said. Just for everyone, there's a disclaimer in the description box. So let's see here. What is going on with these hotspots? What can we know about these? Um, no changes in just food environment. So what's the cause? So what's going on? What's the cause? What needs to change? And is he going to be okay? All right. So, what the heck is going on here? Let's take a look here. So, got the Page of Swords, and underneath that, we have the Knight of Cups. There's movement of emotion here. Page of Swords is some clarity coming in. The bottom of the deck, we also have like the Queen of Pentacles. Underneath that, the Hermit as well. And this is an interesting energy. They even got the 10 of Cups with that joy, joy, joy energy. And it just feels here because it's about nurturingness. It's like it's almost it feels here, and it kind of maybe relates to both. I don't know if your son has been around as much or given them as much attention. There's something about with the hermit that they got, both of those, that kind of separation anxiety of not being able to be around or feel like they're a pack. So I'm not sure if they're like when you're working from home, are they allowed to be around you? Do you have to keep them out somewhere? Or is your son like off? He's not being like playing with them like he did when he was, is there something where he's not paying as much attention? And do they feel, because I feel like they're, this is almost like both of them are having things that are kind of manifesting like emotional feelings of being separate manifesting in their physical bodies for some reason. And it's not like you're, you know, not giving them attention and everything. It just feels like something's changed where something in them is has that because that came up with both of them. And it's kind of like this, what's going on here? Why are they feeling left out? What's this going on here? But I do feel here you will get some clarity will pop up in here for you with the Page of Swords, but I do feel like there's something to do emotionally with them going on here, which is funny. Yeah, right? Yeah, schedules kept him busy, but it feels like I don't know, both of them. I kind of felt like they're like, "Why do they get to do it? Why are they getting attention? When is it my turn?" Kind of energy, It's like Um, so maybe just some extra love, extra love. I feel like maybe it's this Scorpio moon and, the energies of the world and everything else. There might just be this heightened sense of anxiety that they're sensing around. Um, but I feel like there's some of that going on. Let's see what else we had here because we wanted to know what's the cause, right? Which is it? What needs to change? Is it going to be okay? Yeah, this is the what's the cause? Yep. So they do have the Hierophant here, which is change. It's the master of change and the Queen of Wands. There is a lot of energy change here. Queen of Wands, she's very in tune with the upper realm and the lower realm as well. And I'm wondering here if and you may not feel like I'm not any more stressed than I am than normal, but I feel like when when you're working at work and you have that drive home, you kind of decompress, and by the time you get home, you're not stressed, right? But I feel like whenever you're feeling throughout the day, I feel like I don't know, somehow I feel like they're on overdrive, like they're trying to give you love energy and trying to help you because they're experiencing it as you're experiencing things throughout the day and also your son as well. Um, and I just feel like they're kind of feeling like they're overgiving. I don't feel like they feel it. I feel like their bodies are feeling the impact of them working extra, both for your family and the world, as well, because animals all help us balance our planetary energies, which are so crazy right now. So much fear in the world, and the dogs and the cats and the birds and everyone else that they all help transmute the energy of the world. Humanity's not carrying its weight. It's pouring a lot of stress and fear into the world, and they're all working on overdrive here. But I do feel here, let's see, what needs to change? Yep, the two of swords. Here's the conflict. That's what needs to change is conflict. It's interesting that even with your the first one that they had, the 5 of swords conflict energy, a lot of conflict, that the conflict has to change. I don't know, something that's popped into my head of maybe meditating with them. I know you meditate for yourself, right? But if you purposely invite them to come sit with you and meditate, maybe flood them with energy. Let that love energy fill you up and flood and flow into them and just give them a bunch of beautiful, beautiful, love, energy. I know you already do boo boo boo, but I feel like give them extra, they need support right now, as well. So we can do that, for them. Wag your tail. That's what because that's what they do. That's one of the things they do to help change the energy is wagging their tails. It's something that changes the vibration. So wag our tails. Um, is it gonna be okay? Is it gonna be okay? We got the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, abundance energy coming in here. Yeah, we got the 8 of Wands and the Temperance. And it does feel here with the Temperance card, this is about patience and balancing of temperament. But the 8 of Wands is suddenly out of nowhere, it does kinda start going away. So I like that. Well, the changing the food, um, so if the one that you're looking for, um, the food that you're looking to change it to, yeah, we got that Emperor, we got that in the last one too. This is that fire energy. I feel like taking the action can, but it's more emotional than it is physical. It's almost like I feel like I'm trying to do in like a dog voice that you put to a dog's voice. It's like I'm breaking out in hives because I'm so like overwhelmed emotionally. Oh, boo doo boo doo boo 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 boo. But I feel like it's the love energy will really help out. Because I don't feel like it's the physical food. I feel like it's the emotional digestion and that kind of energy. because I do feel like they're feeling a bit different. Because you used to work from home before, but I feel like, um, yeah, so I feel like there's something that's kind of changed, and of course, the environment of the world has changed since then too. Let's see what your other fortune cookie brings in here. Let's see what else we got. What do we got? All right, here we go. So, what else about the puppy dog? It says, I create mindful moments throughout the day, reminding myself that I am love and miracles are natural. Yeah, so there we go. Maybe this is like, take breaks throughout the day for yourself and then for them too. You're like, this can work for both of us. But I like that. I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Thank you again for your donations. I'm so grateful. I like your puppy doggy's energy. All right. I think that is it for my donations too. So we will dive into some free readings. Let me take a quick sip here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So happy to have you guys here. All right. Oh, very good. I'm so glad. All right, Mini Heal, you are up 101.37. So for yours, we've got what blessings are coming for you soon. All right, let's take a look here. What would you consider a blessing that's coming to you soon? Because Spirit says every moment you have so many blessings, so much to be grateful for. Um, so, you can just stop and pause and breathe and look around and look at all the blessings that are all around you. You've got tons, but what is the blessing that you feel is missing? I feel like that's the important message, right? Yeah, I love it. There is a joyful gathering with the 4 of Wands, with a lot of, and I feel like this 8 of Wands is, look at all the stuff around you already. There's tons that is flooding you around in your life, so many blessings that we kind of, and it's a great reminder for us all because we do take it for granted. I mean, when we stop and think, like right in this moment, I've got electricity, I've got internet, I've got a heating pad on my little old man back here. I've got water, I've got candles, incense burning, wonderful little salt lamps. I've got a cell phone here, I have communication there, computers, just in this second right here, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, there's just I can't keep up with how much in this little room I have to be grateful for." And then if I step out, I've got plumbing, I've got running water, I got clean drinking water, I got a refrigerator with food in there, I'm not starving, um, just so much, right? And, of course, we've got spirit, and we've got their eternal, unconditional love. I mean, that's everything that we need right there. But I love this, reminder that you have so much around you to be grateful for. Start a gratitude journal. Do it for 30 days, and if you wanna do it longer after that, do it. But I feel like if you, for 30 days, just every day, write something down that you're grateful for and try not to repeat it for 30 days. It changed my life when I got to the 30th day, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I have so much more to be grateful for it because I was drawing in more things as I was focusing on gratitude. I continued for almost 5 months, and I stopped not because I ran out of not repeating anything for 5 months, you know, I just felt that it started to feel like work to do the gratitude journal because I was in such a mind of gratitude that I was seeing grateful, things to be grateful for all around, and it can change our life. So hopefully that helps many heal. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's see, just have one coming through. Oh, thank you so much, Michelle Smith, for your donation. Just because I just love those. They always floor me every single time. Um, I just, and because I don't expect them, and that's the whole thing, right? when we don't expect something and then we get something, it's like, "Wow," versus if I expect something and then get it, it's like, "Alright, expectation has been met." It's like, "Alright." There's no around it or hardly much around it, right? So, thank you, Michelle, so much for your, donation via the Cash App, just because. So, much love to you. Alright. So, mini heal, let's remove that out of there. I don't think I let me check something really quick here. Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't accidentally delete anything. All right. So, Lotus of Serendipity, you are up 105.55. Look at all those fives. So, Lotus of Serendipity. Hello, hello, Mr. Zen. I am having a good day so far. I hope you are as well. Always good to see you. Oh, Michelle. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate that. Let me get your official name. I'll put that up here. All right. And thank you for your, and always nice to see. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you so much for your kind words. So, you want a message from archangels? Ooh, all right. Get to talk to the head angels in charge. Let's see what they will have you know today. What would they have you know? We've got this and this. So you've got the Hierophant, and you have the Three of Pentacles energy. Wonderful combination here, because I do feel they're bringing in the Hierophant is a lot of clarity. They're bringing you in some knowledge, bringing you in some perspective from their viewpoint of how they see you. And I feel like part of what they're doing with this changing energy of the five of the Hierophant, which is also like the stepping stone, the master of stepping stones. I feel like they're kind of pointing you back to a few situations, like three different stepping stones to show you how you gained clarity around your true authentic self through each of them. And I feel like through these 3 people, and they don't have to be like exes, like lovers or anything. They could be friends or family or coworkers or whoever. But I feel like there's 3 that they're pointing out to you and showing you like what you learned from them. Like one of my relationships, I learned because I had felt in it that they were trying to fit me in between the important things, is how my little inner child felt, right? Upon reflection, I learned about myself that I myself was trying to fit me in between what I thought were important things in the outside world instead of coming back to me first. I was trying to, you know, everything else is more important. If I have time, then I'll focus on me in between the important things. And that's what was being reflected back to me. And so it's like that kind of thing, right? And another of my relationships, I felt, oh, they were, they're all play. And if there's time left over, work. And I realized in that relationship that I was all work, and if there's time left over, then play. So they taught me balance, and they taught me like, "Oh, look at how extreme they are. Oh, look, 3 fingers pointing back at me. Look how extreme I am. Whoa," So there's a lot of learning and growth, through that. And what, you want a third one? You want a third one? What's the one of the third things? Um One of them was move out of state for love once. Give up your life for someone once, and then you realize, "I never have to do that again," because you realize how I realized how in that I was giving myself up, because I was moving outside of myself and sacrificing my friends, my job, everything for someone else just to have them cheat on me and move back 6 months later. I moved with them. They weren't already living there. I had been I know this is a bit extreme. After 6 months of knowing them, I gave up my life to move somewhere with them, and then they did that, and then I'm like, "Oh, wow. Do you see how self-sacrifice isn't, healthy, not giving up yourself for someone else?" And it's a beautiful thing we can learn and go, "Wow, look at what I learned." And this is what, of course, we learned more things, but I feel like they're going to pinpoint one thing you learned from this one thing you learned from this one thing you learned from this one. It doesn't have to be, again, romantic either. It could be friends, family, whatever. But I feel like that's what their message is they are bringing in this clarity to celebrate. Look what you've learned and how these transformed you to bring you to who you are today. So I like that for you, Lotus. Have gone through the mud to become the lotus flower of serendipity, right? All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then Blueberry, you are up. We got 11040 for yours. Here's your timestamp. And you'd like a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? Got this one and this one. You got the Ace of Wands and the Three of Wands. Yeah, I like this. There's all this passionate energy, this excitement, this new acceleration coming in here for you. And I do feel like you've been on this pathway, you've been heading this direction, either in a relationship or work or life purpose, whatever it is that you've been really um, persistent in going in a specific direction. With this Three of Wands, that's about with new information or new inspiration with this Ace of Wands, you're like, "Oh, what's that? Oh my god. Uh, okay, we're changing course. We're going this direction." I don't know why they're showing me this. Like it's going on the way, like you're going on the way to a restaurant. You're like, "Yeah, this is where we're gonna go. This is really good and everything." And then you're like, "When did they bring one of these restaurants into town? When did that come here? It's my favorite." What is that? The Cheesecake Factory. Why are they showing me the Cheesecake Factory? But it's like that suddenly you're just like, they have a Cheesecake Factory here? No way." And it's detour to something that's more passionate and drawing you. So, I love that for you, whatever that Cheesecake Factory means. Maybe that's for someone else, not just you and me, but, but I love that. So, this is coming in for you, and it's okay to change the course. It's good, it's positive for you. There's no have to, supposed to, need to, but they're saying, yeah, don't be afraid to follow this new inspiration and go in a different direction. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Leslie. Leslie, hello, hello. Here's your timestamp here. And any advice on this new month? So for the month of May, right? What else? What can you know about this month here? I like it here. They did want me, I don't normally don't look at the bottom of the deck, but they just want to show you the Five of Wands, which is, you know, there could be this firestorm raging around you with some people having drama, and normally you're kind of drawn in or you step in to help people get along and to overcome, their differences. A lot of times you're the glue that holds groups together or, families together or whatever. And this time they're saying, "Butt out, mind your own business. You don't have to get burned in this. Let them burn themselves, let them burn each other. You can maintain your relationships with individuals, but their relationships with each other, none of your business right now for the month of May." This is allowing them to learn. And if sometimes, we can become like a crutch to people and keep them from learning their lessons if we're the ones always kind of picking up after their messes. And now it's like, nope, you get to sit back and just have the popcorn and go, "Oh, this is what this looks like from over here." I like it. You do have the Eight of Cups. Yeah. Walking away. Oh, yeah. So I'm glad we look at those first because it is walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore, people that are all their disappointments and all of that. It's important for you to realize how much of your energy that you've been pouring into other people, right? The Eight of Cups, I like all this because sometimes we're afraid to disappoint others because, growing up, we're kind of have this overgiver energy where we feel, I need to be needed, right? Woo. And so we overgive and overgive and overgive, and we end up being someone that's keeping these relationships alive between people. We're the life support system. We're the ones giving 70, 80, 90% of the energy into it, and they're giving us 10, 20, 30%. Sometimes I know this sounds bad. They bring this up once in a while. Sounds horrible, but sometimes you just need to unplug to see if the relationship survives on its own without you over giving to it, well, you being the life support system of the relationship. If it's not a little child, not a human, not in a child in an adult body, but an actual physical child, that's different, of course. But with adults, sometimes we just have to realize who we're ready to cut out of our lives, who we're ready to cut free and or back off to 50% and go, let's see if they'll make up the difference. If they don't, then we have a choice to just go to 0 and let it just drift away, and you get all that emotional energy back. And I like this. I feel like it's time for you to do that. And yeah, even on the bottom of the deck, you've got the Page of Cups, which is all about it's time to fill your cup and to evaluate those relationships that I know we're supposed to, whether it's parents or siblings, any kind of, if whether it's family or best friends we've been with since grade school and stuff. Sometimes we outgrow stuff and it's okay. There's no expectations, only from humans, but not from creator. They're like, it's okay. Fill up yourself. It's okay to back off of and only give less. That'll piss some people off. Yeah, we know that, right? Because if we've been their life support and like, well, I don't have to give you anything, but I get. Yeah, people get mad when you stop giving freely. So that's what they have for you, Leslie. Enjoy. Freedom. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. And then Bay, you are up 11717. So Bay, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Hey. So, oh yeah, Cancer sign. Will you relocate to Texas or California? Yeah, I can tell you. We can do energies for both and see which one you prefer with it. I know I lived in Texas for I'm from 16 to 29. So that was like what 13, 12, 13. Oh no, 13 to 29. It's almost 16 years. I'm still cooling down. So if you like heat, uh less expensive. I know, right? You'd rather move to Texas. Well, there's no state tax. Things are cheaper. It's hotter. Um, but oh, you live in New Mexico. Yeah, so you're like, it's easy. Are you just going over the border? Or where you headed? Are you going to like the beach, coastal town? All right, let's take a look here. So Texas energy, California energy. Um, let's see if there's a clear picture here. Yeah, you got the Page of Wands for Texas. So that is excitement, that is raised energy, that's there. California is a bit of High Priestess. I feel here that California would be more feeling like you're, like, moving away from everyone, like you're alone up in your High Priestess, temple. You would do a lot of inner work, a lot of connection with the spirit world, looking behind the veil, diving deep into your emotions. So I do feel like you would do a lot of your inner shadow transformation that's there, there. Oh, yeah. In the Page of Wands is a lot of action, a lot of energy, a lot of go, 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 go kind of energy. Heat. There's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. The High Priestess is water. And then the Page of Wands is fire. You can be near water in California or burn in Texas. Oh, okay. You'll be getting a job offer. You're not sure. where you should go. I feel like with this, there's no, I don't feel like there's faded energy here. Yeah, the 9 of swords on the bottom of the deck talks about, the fear of making a wrong choice, and they're like, the queen of swords is close your eyes, open your heart. Where does your heart wanna go? Yeah, oh, LA, yeah, a lot of traffic. Um, and so I feel like they're saying here there's not a faded one of, like, you're supposed to go here or here. We hardly have that a lot in our lives. Um So this feels more of a it's, whatever you wanna do. Where's your energy? When you write down what you love about each of them and what you have concerns about each, um, that helps us our mind kinda balance it out, but in the end, when we close our eyes and open our heart, where is it that we wanna go? Something cool too, which they just reminded me of, when, to discover what it is we really want, you flip a coin. Especially if you just have 2. If you have more than 2, you can just whittle it down, but, like, if you do have, like a quarter or a coin or whatever, and you're like, heads is for Texas, tails is for California, and you flip the coin and it lands, and you're like, "Oh, well, let's do 2 out of 3." If you fill 2 out of 3, you wanted the other one. If you get it and you're like, "Oh, that's what it is," then you knew that's the one you wanted. And so that is, the energy that's coming in here. Um, I feel like it's up to you, the power of choice that's coming in here. I don't feel like, um you see that? Because that's what you want. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you get to choose in this. There's not a faded I feel like you're gonna have an option to go to either, and then you, flip a coin and go, "Oh," if it ends up California and you're like, "Oh, let's try it again," then you wanna go to Texas and you're done, you know? And then if it lands Texas, which that's where you wanna go, you're just afraid of making the wrong choice, but there's no right or wrong, there's just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes, and it feels like this energy with the Page of Wands is you're wanting that excitement and action and movement energy. It doesn't feel like you're wanting High Priestess being alone energy, up into that, right? Yeah. So you get to travel and all that. But I feel like in California, you're gonna feel isolated versus Page of Wands, Texas. So when you're looking at your energies, I feel like you're more of a interaction person. I'm an introvert. I'd be like, "High Priestess, I'm off to California." Um, but I feel like you like more action and connection and not non-isolation. So I feel like Texas is more where your energy is at in your life right now. So, I feel like that's where you're leaning and but you get to choose. I feel like with this, there's no, like, one's gonna be better than the other for you. Yeah. Yeah. But it's still it is that feeling of, like, you'll feel isolated because I'll only know that person, right? Versus if you go and do the Texas, you're like, "Wow, I know all these people and all this stuff," kind of energy too, right? Yeah. So that's what they have for you, Bay. So you get to sit with that, listen to that, flip that coin, close your eyes, open your heart. It feels like you know that you want to go to Texas, but you're just afraid to make a wrong choice. But close your eyes and open your heart and go, you know what? I want to go to Texas. And then you know it, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. But there's not a the universe telling you where you should go, right? Yeah, you already have all your reasons why you don't wanna move to California, so you know what you want. So, Just make the decision. You're going to Texas, right? Boom, that's all you needed. All right, many blessings to you, enjoy. Thankfully, you have air conditioning there. All right, Steffi, you are up 125.15. So, Steffi, here's your timestamp. And what's coming towards your brother Aquarius and Ariana Leo at court for all the bad things that they've done to you? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on the current energies, what is coming toward them here? So, we've got the King of Swords. Oh, wow. Do you want them to have the death penalty? You're like, that's a bit much, right? Well, and he wants you to go to jail. Wow. Wow. So the King of Swords is a lot of clarity comes out here. A lot comes out in court. A lot of truth comes out in court. And, you know, the death card is an ending, a significant ending that's coming in here, right? So I do feel like I just feel like there's this a lot of clarity comes in and it's like from the judge. The judge sees things clearly and then it's like it's this whole interaction's put to an end. So I feel like if it's them, so you say it's them, right? He wants money and wants you to go to jail, so they're pursuing you, right? And you're the defendant. I feel like they put an end to um, the lawsuit or whatever. And so I feel like it does based on this energy. Of course, disclaimer, down in the description area, I'm not a lawyer, a professional, legal consultant, anything. Tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes. So take all that into consideration. But this feels like the judge sees things clearly and you know, puts the lawsuit, not guilty or rules in your favor of not no there's nothing here that comes in here. So the truth comes out, and whatever that the real truth is what comes in, and it comes to an ending here. So, truthfully, like you're saying here, if the truth of it is in your favor, then it does go towards you, and then there's an ending to it. It's like, "That's it, it's done," you know? So I feel like, of course, your energy is that you are the one that's in the right, like, as far as the laws and those things, and that they're just after you for money and for punishment, and you're like, "What?" But I do feel like it comes in your favor here with this, energy that's here. Let's see what's on the bottom of the deck here. Yep, and you've got the Leo strength card energy in here. You'll get through it here, and this helps you see how strong you are too, because everything that happens in our life happens for us. There is a gift in this for you. Though right when we're in the middle of it, sometimes it's hard for us to see it because we're feeling attacked and feeling threatened. But when we can sit knowing that, there is a reason why I wanted to experience this, that, when we're in the energy of feeling attacked, we feel like something's happening to us. Eventually, and usually it's on the other side of it a lot, right? Because it's hard for us to see when we're in it. Afterwards, we can look back once it's all over and go, "What did I learn through that? Why did I want this to happen for me?" And I can see it. But like I said, usually it's in hindsight we see it, not when it's happening in the moment, right? Oh, yay. So you get to become popular and you get, interviews and you're gonna write a book and become famous, and Gwen Stefani is gonna play you in a movie. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, very good. Well, I that would be awesome. Yeah, yeah. So, there is this, I feel like you learn your strength through this and you realize, all the anxiety, not all, but a lot of anxiety we feel is things we don't have to fear, right? So I feel like there is this look at you've overcome 100% of everything you've ever had to face in your life and you're still alive. You got a great record of overcoming 100% of everything, or you'd be dead right now. So I feel like you're learning your strength through all this. And when you look back, you're going to like, wow, you'll be proud of yourself about how I made it through this and, and I'm okay. And I feel like that helps your nervous system and your inner child and everything to go, you know what? That's right. So I like it. Yeah. So I like it for you, Steffi. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you and hang in there. All right. And then Jojo, I see your question. I'll get you added on to the free list here. You're very welcome. Something you can do too, Steffi, if you feel drawn. I have a podcast called The Easier Path. And if you check that out, that can help out. It talks about our dramas and traumas of life and why humans do what we do and spirit's perspective and hints on how to make our life an easier path instead of a harder one. There might be some things in there that can help bring some different perspectives to help free you from some of that if you're interested. The playlist is down in the description box if you'd like. Oh, I love that. Yeah, a lot of what comes through in the podcast are a lot of the I'm channeling spirit for their guidance, and a lot of it is what comes through readings, which is amazing, so I love it. All right, my dear, enjoy. Oh, very good, I'm glad. Hey, Melissa. Hello, hello, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too, and we'll jump back into the readings here. You're very welcome. Many blessings. All right, and then we have Cancer. You are up, so you're at 133 even, I believe. So Cancer, here is your timestamp. And what's coming towards you in love? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies. Nope, they don't want any of those. Hey, Starseed. Good to see you. All right. Oh, wow. Well, very good. So, what's coming towards you in love? You do have the Two of Cups, which is relationship energy, and the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups energy, she rules over the suit of cups with the king. Plus, um, she gets a second portion of emotion, cups energy. So she's actually the master of emotion. She dives deep into the emotional, subconscious world that's below the surface, which is one of my cards. When it comes into a relationship reading like this with love, this tells me past life connection energy. And it becomes significant. We've got tons of past lives with a lot of different people, but when it comes out like this means when you meet this person, you won't have to question whether it's them or not. The draw is gonna be so strong from both of you. The familiarity, the comfortability with this person is gonna be, like, out of this world. The older man that's after you for 13 years. Uh-oh. This this feels like someone new, though. This feels like someone new because, because they're telling me when you meet them, you're gonna see them, Um, the way they joke with me is like when you see them, they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, and you're just like, "Wow," that comes in with that. So I do feel like you have someone new coming into your life, and there's this wonderful past life connection. You guys wanted to come together in this lifetime. You've had other lifetimes together, and you're trying new things in this draw. So you'll know them when you see them here. Um, yeah, you're not interested in him. He's a sugar daddy. Yeah, you're like that's okay. Yeah, um, it's like the widow that what did they say they married someone for, they were a rich person the first time, right? Then they married, a producer of movies, and then they married, they passed away, uh, and then they married a pastor, a very spiritual person, and they passed away. And then their last marriage, they married a mortician, and they were like, "It's a very interesting combination of all these people that you married." And she said, "Well, one was for the money, two was for the show, three was to get ready, and four is to go." But bunksh. I feel like they're a water sign here, so it's not a Capricorn, but you would know them. You don't feel this draw to them, right? Everything I've been talking about, you don't feel that for this person, this Capricorn, right? You're just like, "No, I'm not interested. I don't feel this draw. I don't feel this comfortability. I don't feel this familiarity. I'm kinda repulsed." Not repulsed, but I feel like we're opposite magnets being repelled away from each other. I don't feel drawn towards you. So this person, you'll meet him, but I do feel like they're our water sign too, because I feel like you're just, you know, very similar, very emotionally connected. Because you being a Cancer, I feel like you really are desiring somebody that can give you the emotion that you're looking for, right? Yeah, yeah. So I feel like it's someone new that you'll be meeting. It does feel like you'll meet them this year. The energy that I'm picking up here, but you'll know it when you meet them because it's like, wow, right? So it's not the Capricorn. You can stop worrying about them because I feel like it's a water sign. So, right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Essence of Ethereal Serenity, you are up 13804. So that is yours. And hello, hello. Lovely to see you as well. So you want to know what the angels and guides are around you and how they're working with you. All right, absolutely. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. You're very welcome. All right. So, what which ones want you to know that they're around you and how they're working with you? Because we have such a multitude. You know, I know sometimes we're like, "Oh, how many spirit guides do I have?" And how many angels? And we're like, "Oh my god, if we could see into the spiritual world, we'd be like, whoa!" Because like when I connect to the spiritual posse, I feel like I'm in the middle of a stadium, and I have the ones that are really involved in this lifetime. There's like a crowd of like maybe 100 around us. We have our elemental spirit guides that are there. They're very involved. They kind of rule over the four different areas of our life: our mind, our emotions, our physical, our spiritual energy. And then, and we have other people that come in and out at different times, and then all of our loved ones that we have here that go on the other side, they're kinda hanging out really close to us, but then it just goes beyond what we can see, the amount of support and love we have from the other side. Eternal, unconditional beings, loving beings, and so when we're like, what angels or guides are around me? I'm like, we don't have that much time to name them all because it's an endless list, right? But the ones that want you to know in this moment that's important for you to know, let's take a look here. You have the Knight of Wands. Yeah, I do feel like here, this is your fire elemental spirit guide is the one that is very active here. They're the ones that roll our um over our spiritual energy, our passion, our focal energy, like where we're focusing. They help us roll over that and guide us in our passions. Um, Nudge us, pull us in directions, in our life as well. In fact, I was just looking, I have it, like, right here because I was cleaning up my little list today. I have an actual little I think it was 5 or 6, video series, called Monthly Quests, but it was a quest for the elementals. So if you're interested in checking it out, I'll also put it under um, your name on the pinned comment list, for reference, but you can find the Knight of Fire, which is the Knight of Wands. That's why it's like, wow, I was talking about elementals. They wanted to talk about the elementals, and I go, you're going to get an elemental spirit guide, and boom, here it is. But they help you in that arena, and you can find out more about the Fire Elemental Spirit Guide by checking out the playlist there. And what are they helping you with here, right? It was, what are they helping you with? You have the World card. They're helping you end an old cycle, begin a new adventure, but they are helping you with an energetic upgrade. They're giving you downloads, they're helping you upgrade your spiritual connection and your spiritual energy on this physical plane. You've reached this pinnacle, you've reached this, put in the work, been doing your practices, doing all the stuff that has brought you to this place where you're now ready to and open up a whole new level, and they're helping you prepare. They're working closely with your physical, earth elemental spirit guide. They're the ones that roll over your physical body and your physical world. They're helping your body prepare for this energetic flow that's gonna flow more energy through your body. You might feel some buzzing, might be hearing some ringing, might be feeling a little different, in your physical body because of that. Your emotions are feeling like they're expanding too, and your mental awareness too. So I feel like all of your elemental spirit guides are working in coordination, but I feel like your fire elemental spirit guide is the one that's leading the rush here. Which makes sense with all this, the year of the fire horse. So they're like, "This is my year. Let's go. We got stuff to do." So I feel like that is what they want you to know right now. So many blessings to you. Hopefully that helps. All right. And then plate of spaghetti. You are up 143.23. So plate of spaghetti. Here is your time stamp. You want to know Will's energy after you blocked him and whether or not we come back from this. All right. And if you asked that the other night, I think. So if you didn't get that one, just check the pinned comment. It'll have your name. You can click on it and go do it as well. We'll see if anything's changed since then as well, based on the energies of today. Because, of course, all of our energy changes from day to day, right? Let's see here. After you blocked him, and then based on current energy, will there be reconciliation or will he come back towards you? So his energy right now, we do have the Seven of Pentacles, which is a very slow moving energy, right? The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and they're kind of taking this time, even just to look at the fruit of what happened, what's going on between the two of you, determining, is this the fruit I want or not? So they're kind of in this contemplation energy is where they're at, just kind of going, well, I like this about what happened between us. I don't like that. I like this. I don't like that. And so I feel like they're going back and forth, trying to figure out which weight has the most on it. If there's more of I don't want it energy, or is it the I like energy? So I feel like they're kind of doing a cost benefit analysis on is this what kind of fruit was being produced in this interaction together. Based on that, based on current energies, will they or will they not come back from this? We have the 10 of swords. It's an ending energy, but it's like this is a conditional return. It's like I feel like where they're at is going, I would go back and I would try this if there weren't as many expectations, if there wasn't all these rules, if I wasn't afraid of being disappointed or being a disappointment. More so that I feel like they fear that that their perception is that you have this a lot of expectations of what is supposed to happen and should happen, not supposed to happen, not to be said, should be said, blah, 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 right? Which we all, even before they met you, they had that in their head. It has nothing to do with you. This pre-existing list of conditions, because we all grow up with these stories of what a relationship is supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to do, what they're not supposed to do, and all that, and how the relationship is supposed to progress and what it's supposed to bring me and who I'm supposed to be in it. There's a lot that we put on ourselves, right? So we have our long list, they have their long list, and then we go into relationship and none of our lists match, and none of our lists are really true. It's opinion about this is what should happen, and it's like, no, it's what could happen, but it's not what has to happen. And the more we get, away from expectations, because in a relationship, when we have expectations, we're focusing on what's not happening more than what is. Because we're looking at where are we failing, where's the relationship failing, but more likely, where are they failing, right? When we try to get out of as many expectations as we can, we focus on what are we grateful for what they are doing, not what they're not doing. So as we're focusing in on who they are and what we love and what we're grateful, that grows instead of the not. Because when we're focusing on what's not happening, then that sucks the life out of the relationship because we get more of not happening, more of not happening, more of not happening. And that's why a lot of human relationships, right? And then we break up, and then we get all expectations are gone, and then we bump into them again, and then there's no expectations. We think they're wonderful until we apply all the expectations back on, and now they're less than again, right? And we repeat this until we start whittling away a lot of all this. What's all this opinion? What do I love about people? That's where wonderful relationships can be. But with all that, I feel like, will they or will they won't come back. I feel it's like conditional. I feel like they're still figuring it out, but I kind of feel like right now the weight is going, "Oh, I don't like feeling like I'm failing." And so I don't know if I wanna go back into that situation because I feel like I'm going back into a cage and I wanna be free. I don't I want the freedom to be who I am and be appreciated for who I am. And, that would be great if it worked both ways too, right? Like, if he didn't have expectations, he appreciated everything that you are, not what I don't like about you, that's what he's kinda going back and forth with. So, I feel like right now, there's a chance that they'll come back your way, but I feel like they're more going it's like 52% no, 48% possibility. They're still so close in determining it here. Um 'Cause there's a pattern, with them of that when people start to when they start to feel like people are expecting and being disappointed, they flee from it because they don't wanna face feeling like a failure. So, hopefully that helps, spaghetti. Hang in there, many blessings to you. Alright, and then Olivier Vergara, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. Good to see you, my friend. So, may we ask, how are your professional blessings and energies looking forward? Will you be treated right? Many blessings to you as well. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, based on your current energies, what does your professional blessings look like here? I like the bottom of the deck. They wanted me to do that because you got the Six of Pentacles, this abundant feeling where you have enough for yourself and you're able to give to others. You have the Three of Cups, which is a joy and celebration energy underneath, which is like a group, feeling like you're part of something, part of a tribe. Even have the Five of Wands, which is an energy of friends group and feeling like you're supported too. So I like that on the bottom of the deck. For your cards that came out, yeah, Nine of Cups, emotional dream come true, and the Four of Cups, which is an energy of a bit of emotional. It's funny. It's, because what you want to, will you be treated right? Yeah. I don't feel it. There's anything here of conflict, like extreme conflict, nothing notorious. But that's why I feel like this Four of Cups is you're kind of glad that there's not a lot of emotional drama. You're kind of a little in the beginning, a little bored. It's like, and that's what happens when you're used to working around a lot of drama. That's why I feel like it feels like it's it's almost boring. Like if you're used to being in like very conflicting, like, romantic relationships, when you end up with someone who treats you well, it almost feels like, "Where's all the excitement?" You know? And it's kind of the same thing at work. When you're used to working in, like, a volatile work environment, when it's going smooth, it almost feels like, "Where's the challenge in this?" Right? But I feel like it is a dream come true energy, and then you get into that gratitude and appreciation for like, I like this. So that is what I feel for you there, Livier. So many blessings to you. All right. Just remove those out of there. Hey, Lauren of Light. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Lady of the Lake. Good to see you. All right. Then we have May is up 152:33. So May, here's your timestamp. All right. Absolutely. I'll look for that and for your questions, and we'll jump to you once you're ready there, Lauren. Continue with some free readings until it all comes through. All right. So May, you said I'd love to know what we're seeing regarding your love life. You're curious if the new guy will be your next long-term relationship. All right. So we'll ask that first. So based on current energies and your faded map, um, is this new guy going to be the long term? And then what else they want you to know about love? So let's take a look here. Wow, you do have the High Priestess energy with this guy. High Priestess is a card that for me, because she delves into the unseen, into the deep subconscious world, and this into the world where the pathway to the Akashic records and other lifetimes and past lifetimes go. This would tell me that you guys have had past lifetimes together and you got this draw to them, right? I feel like you have this pull towards them, this comfortability, this familiarity, kind of energy with them. Are they going to be your next long term? Well, I feel like it does definitely has possibilities to go that way with the Nine of Cups. I just put that back in the deck and came out with this here. Nine of Cups is like an emotional dream come true kind of energy. So I do feel like this is definitely like I don't feel like you have like a faded relationship where you're going to end up with one person no matter what. I feel like if you go this direction, you end up with this person. You go this direction, you end up with them. You go this direction, you end up with them. And I feel like you're in trajectory where you could end up with this person unless you make significant change that takes you in a different direction. If you want more clarity on all that I just talked about, I've got a great podcast here because it's from Spirit, not because of me. But we talk about faded love in that one. I'll put that below your timestamp too in the pinned comment in case you want to check it out. But yeah, yeah, right. It's a familiarity. It's this comfort. It's like you've known them for a very long time, and you're just like you probably will end up telling them things that you haven't told anyone else till you really get to know someone, but you just feel this comfort level and this like, wow, I just feel like I know you already. Like I feel like I'm meeting them again, but I've never met them in this lifetime kind of thing, you know? So it's that kind of energy. So I like that. So I like that. Right? So definitely can be here with that, but definitely check out that podcast too. Because that'll tell you that, it gives you some good fun information with all that. So, I like that for you. So that's what they got for you, May. Many blessings to you. All right. So, I will return back to free readings here, after I'm gonna step over here for Lauren. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. So let me just mark that here. So I've got it, and we'll get you on the little list up here. You're very welcome. Let me get all your questions up here before we start. I can tell. I love it. Let me just get these up here. Right, for Jake. Okay, yeah, perfect. All right. So Lauren, thank you for your donation. Your timestamp is 15712. So there is a time stamp. And so let's see what we got going on here. So he said, I can just tell he's freaking out. I can feel it. So what is he thinking and feeling right now? All right. Thank you. Feeling. That's thinking. I think that's feeling. These are thinking. I really wanted that to be that. Why is he curious? Okay. What's he thinking about doing right now? Okay. And then how much how much is he spying on you? Oh, he's texting questions. Oh, how fun. Are you responding? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So the silent treatment? Oh, not with answers. I love it. If we're not together, you don't have access to this information. This is need to know, and you don't need to know. What does he think that you're doing? And then when do you see him next, right? Yeah. No explain. All right. So let's see here. What is he thinking right now? Yeah. I just think I can see he's torn here. You got the Two of Swords. So he's at a crossroads. That's here, which makes sense because the crossroads are, focusing on his self love or a new opportunity with you here too, right? So we've got the page of, pentacles that's coming in here. Um, is the getting back together energy, but then the other one is I got to do what I need to do for me, and so his mind's going back and forth between the two because I feel like his heart is pulling in with that here. Um, where his heart is at, yeah. I don't feel like it's his heart so much as his feelings are passion, passion, passion. Of course, with a full moon, I feel like he's really ignited, magician, masculine, wand energy, his magic wand. He's very activated, like really drawn to you energetically and physically, right? So it is that it sounds like feels like he's howling at the moon. And that's really drawn him to that, kind of energy there. And then, so why is he curious? You posted a selfie. Oh, uh-oh. You minx you. All right. So why is he curious? You got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah. The feeling of being alone, right? I'm feeling lonely. I'm feeling alone. And the 5 of Swords, he's trying to see things from a different perspective. He's questioning. He's wanting to understand. He's wanting to um what is this? Quantify. What is this word? Excuse me. I want to quantify, verify. It's like I'm weighing things out, right? And so I'm just asking questions to help my mind feel like I want to gather as much as I can to put on one side of the scale or the other to help me make a decision. So I feel like he's almost interrogating you because I need to know how you feel and what you're doing, what's going on, because that'll help me. If you're doing this, then that goes on this side of the scale. If you're doing that, that goes on this side of the scale. Which um what is he thinking about right now? Oh, right. I like it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So what's he thinking about doing right now? We have the "what does he think you're doing here" question, so we'll look at that next. So why is he curious? What is he thinking about doing right now? Yeah, he's afraid. 9 of Swords. And yeah, the World. So what's he thinking about? He's nightmares and insomnia here. There is this energy with the World card, which is, you know, um, an a significant ending, a new beginning, energy, but he's afraid too. Um, and does he know he did it to himself? Well, I'll let me grab that here and I'll put that onto the list here because I'll find out that because I I feel like right now I'm in his um I'm afraid I feel like I it's best if I end it because I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you and it's not going to turn out well and so I just need to end it and but no I'm afraid to end it. And so I feel like that's what's he thinking about doing is ending everything, but but then that freaks him out and then so he's grasping at I need to find reasons to not do that, and because he's in that tug of war that's going on. Um, so what does he end up doing based on current energies? We have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new beginning. Yeah, right. When he's like, "Wait, no, no, I need to be the one to decide when I'm ready, but no, you can't go anywhere yet. Get over here." This Ace of Pentacles is a new beginning energy. I feel like his energy right now, he 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 tries to restart with you again. That's the thing, right? This is the pattern. They're showing the cycle, and I feel like you're getting so much clarity with this because 'cause you're going, "Oh my god," because you're seeing so much of it, like, one a week, at least one a week, right? where it's like, "Oh, no, I'm reaching out, let's get back together," kind of energy. They're, like, trying to grasp at you, and then suddenly they're like, "Oh, wait, wait, I'll be right back," and you're like, "Where'd you go?" And then he's like, "Wait, wait, no, back. Oh, no, wait, and that's the kind of thing, right? Yeah, he's like, What's happening?" No more of this, right? How much is he spying on, you here? Yeah, we've got, um, the Empress. Actually, I don't think I pulled a card for that. I feel like I was going to, because this Empress is for your what does he think you're doing? So let me pull a card here. How much is he spying on you? I like it. The 9 of Wands. He's peeking around quite a bit with the 9 of Wands, because I feel like the 9 is a lot of energy being invested into it right here, right? Um, I like that they're peeking around. It's like someone trying to hide behind a stick. I can see you. You're like, "Yep, you sure can." What does he think you're doing? You know, it's interesting here with the Empress because that's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but it also is creation, creativity, sensuality, and they feel like I don't feel like they feel like you've done anything, but you're being the goddess, you're being the Empress, and when you're announcing your energy is announcing, "I'm in the Empress, and I'm full of emotion and sensuality and power." It's like, "Uh-oh, here comes suitors." I don't feel like he feels like you're doing anything yet, but I feel like he feels like you've been presented to the court, that you are there, and I feel like that's what's freaking him out. Oh, yeah, sees them in your comments, right? He feels his heart beating through his chest, and I'm cool as a cucumber. Yeah, yeah, and rightfully so. When do you see him next? So based on current energies, you got May 1st to May 10th, the 6 of Pentacles. Yep. Which is Taurus new moon. When's the Taurus new moon? Hold on, hold on. Please hold. Because the Taurus new moon is coming up. We got a full moon just yesterday. So the Taurus new moon is on, well, it's May 16th. So it could be the 1st to the 10th, but anywhere up to the 16th, because that's the new moon in Taurus. So, so just know that. And then you also asked, does he know he did this to himself? Yeah, and I kind of feel like that 9 of Swords, that kind of confirms it. Let's take a look here, though. And just see here. Does he know he did this to himself? Yeah. The Emperor. Yeah. I'm the one in charge of my life. Oh, and he has with the Empress there. They're like, yeah, I feel like they know they did this to themselves. That they're the ones, that made all these decisions, their energy, their actions, them getting into their head and not into their heart and reacting from their head here, is where a lot of that, came in there. So I do feel that, and this is great, and I love that, kind of like what we were talking about, right? That it's important to, if we're not together, then like I said, um, that's a need to know information, and you're not authorized to ask questions about my life if we're not together anymore. And um, you don't get the benefits of my love and my support and interactions and open access to me. You were like, new phone? Who's this? Fist bump, fist bump. Yeah, exactly, right, and it's important, to be like, yeah, if we're not together, then you don't, you don't have regular access, you know? Yeah, I love that, I love that. And I think we talked about this power that you get at the lake, right? You become the lady of the lake, like the magical lady of the lake that holds the Excalibur, which is the Ace of Swords. Such clarity that's coming in here. So I love that. Let's see here. Let's see what fortune cookie comes in here for you too from the Beltane Oracle. Let's see what comes in with this here. I'll take a look here. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here for this too. I feel like they wanted to go to this. Yeah, you are the sun god. Card number 40. Wow. Come all, come now, expand into the skies and into the shadows below. Yeah, this is that energy. Authority, right? I love this. So, the sun god is the ultimate expression of masculine energy, representing structure, authority, respect, and status. And I do feel like when we're stepping into our power, we have both divine masculine and divine feminine, in our lives, right? Inside of us. And um and I feel like you're really embracing your divine masculine energy. So, this is the card of the leader and represents all of the qualities that make someone a force to be reckoned with. Your situation requires a strong hand and systematic approach. The sun god does not allow their emotions to cloud their judgment, and neither should you. Communicate with clear logic and reason and demonstrate your mastery and intellect. I love it. Any others involved in your situation will respect you for your ability to get right down to the heart of the matter. Additionally, this card reminds you that a leader rules with a strong hand, but's not a tyrant. Be mindful of arrogance and allow others their moment in the sun. The sun god is at their best when they use their strengths to bring out the best in others. I like this. Yeah, and they have other Beltane gods, Apollo, the Greek god of the sun, healing, truth, and prophecy. Bel, the Celtic god of the sunlight, health, and healing. Beltane is named for him. Cernunnos, the Celtic god of fertility, life, wealth, animals, the forest, the fields, the hunt, and the underworld. Pluto, the Greek god of wealth and the ruler of the underworld, also the ruler of death and rebirth, right? And Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun. But I love this. That's such the stepping into your power energy here. Um, let's do a when. We'll use a when card here. Do they drive to where you're at? And if so, they'll tell us the date as well. Got the Three of Swords. Now I don't feel like they drive there. Three of Swords is a expectations equal disappointment energy here. Because you've been doing all the driving going to them, right? This feels like no, they don't drive. Do they fly? Do they fly? Do they come visit you? Yeah, do they fly? Because they don't drive. I'm like, do they fly? Do they take a, do they take a bus? Do they take a train? We got August 2nd to August 11th with 6 of Wands. I feel like this is them flying towards you. So wherever you are in August 2nd to August 11th, based on current energies, I feel like they fly to where you're at with the 6 of Wands. but that's based on current energies, right? So wherever you end up being at August 2nd to 11th, um, I feel like that's well, I feel because the 6 of Wands is someone like being up on a horse, being seen, standing out. So I do feel like they're flying to where you're at. Um, and that's a good question because I felt like they happen to be flying where you're at. Do you see them? Oh, yeah. Knight of Wands. Passion energy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bottom of the deck, the Queen of Wands. Energy that's there. So I feel like, you're doing the steps that are best in, you know, and this is that important thing of going, if you're saying you don't wanna be with me right now, okay, alright. I wasn't gonna show you, but the bottom of the deck, the 4 of Wands, which is marriage card with a proposal. I was like, "I don't know, should I share that with him?" I'm like, "Not yet, because you needed to say it." But that's right. But I feel like the biggest thing here is, yeah, they need to feel the absence of your energy and your presence so they know what they're missing. You're in the dark feminine era, the dark femme, right? You're like, you're standing up for yourself, and this is what they need to see is that I love you and I will give you the world, but not at the sacrifice of myself. And you're like, you've brought this side out of me, and it's what needs to happen. And I'm going to you don't get to have access to the, the light, beautiful, bright side of me, free access, no. Like you had mentioned, you have to earn it, you have to be that, so I like that for you. I feel like I wanna give you one of these talisman oracle too. I just feel like they're calling out to you here. What did you get here? Yeah. Karmic justice. Dun, dun, dun. Not in a hurtful way, but let's see what this is here. Yeah, I like this. This card is a positive sign that whatever the outcome of a particular situation, it'll be a fair one. Karmic justice doesn't look the same for everyone because we have different values and desires. So don't expect the repercussions to be immediate or of the same nature. They will be of equal worth. However, if your own efforts have been unfair, this card could also mean that it's time to accept the consequences. I feel like it's been unfair, but unfair on your behalf. Like you're, putting things back into balance. Well, you were fair, but I don't think it was fair to you because you were the one over giving, and so it was out of balance. That's where it's unfair. Yeah, yeah. Um, and the endless knot on this card symbolizes wisdom, compassion, and balance in the universe. So you can use the power of this card when you seek justice, when you seek balance. I want to call it balance instead of justice. So when balance happens, it can be hard to recognize the pattern in nature that will rebalance the unfair act. Balance will be served, but it's no longer in your hands. The beetles on this card are about to that you are about to receive equal results if they both pull the lever with equal strength. Ooh, I like that. Imagine the movement of this abstract scale coming into balance. And the affirmation is the energy we spend is the energy we receive. And that's what you're wanting. You're like, now it's no longer me over giving and you giving a little bit back. I need equal to equal, and I will not accept anything less consistently. It can be here and there, but not you're not on, the bottom of the seesaw and they get the fun ride. You're like, come on now. It needs to balance out. We need to have equal. So I like that for you. So proud of you, my dear. Allowing yourself to um, ask for what you want and not settle. So I like that. Boom, boom. Thanks for sending the book. I'll check it out. Feels so damn good. I know. Feels great. The lake has done you well. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love this for you. And yeah, keep the faith, keep the strength. I like it. Too fun. I mean, and it's not out of spite, you're doing it for you and it feels good to do this for you. And that's what I like about it. Let me just see here if anyone else came in. Olivier just heard your lecture. Your reading. Very good. Glad you had that here. Yeah, he'll be back. If he knows what's good for him. It feels like based on current energies, but they need to have that. You need to know what I'm wanting, and I'm not just a mat to be walked all over. Yeah, you're doing it out of love for yourself and for him. Exactly what I was gonna say. You're doing it because you're like, um, if they show you, then they'll feel good that they can give you what you're wanting. If not, then yeah, yeah, it doesn't. Because then he feels like he's nothing. But if he fights for you and shows, show me that you love me and you want me. See, you can. See, you can do it. But if someone is always doing the heavy lifting, which is you always doing the heavy lifting, they think, "Oh, well, I don't know if I can lift it or not." Well, now you get to try, mister. Now you get to try. So I love it. The dark femme. Femme Nikita, right? From the movie or the TV series. The Lake of Oz. It is doing wonders there for sure. So I love that for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. And many blessings to you. Enjoy your adventure. I'll catch up with you after the session, after I look at your text with the book. I'm excited to see what this is. Uh-oh. Do I wanna see it now? Oh, that's not you. Oh. Oh, dark feminine energy. Oh, I love that. Yeah. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute." Alright. So, we will jump back in here for other readings. Thank you, my dear, so much. I love it. I'm putting a ring on my own damn finger. Psh. I'm gonna go search for some jewelry. I'm gonna put a ring on my finger, and I've married myself. I love myself so much. All right. So, Maria P, hello, hello. I got your free reading request on here, and I do have your 2 donations. So you'll be up next here. For free readings, just a quick update. What I have for the free reading list, I have Sarah Nebula up, and then Little Pink Pearl, Kat Mia, JoJo, Melissa, and then Maria P. You'll be up after that. So after I do these 2, unless I get other donations, that's what we'll return on the list here. But let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, Lauren and everyone else. Many blessings. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So Maria P, we got yours 224. Whoops. 224. If I can type. 02 is for your first one here. And I got your PayPal up here. So thank you for your dual donations. And let's see here. Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you after your date today. You spent some beautiful time. His thoughts on your conversation. When you told him, don't leave, stay with me. What did he think? What's coming towards you guys next week? And what's coming for work for you? All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. Ooh, Queen of Wands. Really focused on the passion here. So, definitely the fire, your energy. They're just really focused in on that right now. Just that's very much on their mind, very much in their heart, just that, fiery connection that you guys have there. So, very much the passion glow is still upon them. Um, the thoughts on your guys' conversation. And we got that Leo energy, the strength energy. He's seeing that, there is this a little bit of this energy of wanting to be seen and to stand out. And an expression of the passion, expression of this. And so I feel like he was really hard for him to focus on conversation because his attraction energy, the fire was there so much. He was like trying to focus on what you were saying. But he feels very much that he got the gist of the conversation that I want to be seen, I want to feel important. And there's this energy here of um I felt like he felt like you were extra bold today in asking for what you want in a way. And it might not even been in the words. I feel like it was in the attitude and the energy around it. He was really focused in on that. So feels very good. It feels like he a little bit of like, oh wow, look at you. This Queen of Wands, this, very strong energy coming through. When you told him, don't leave, stay with me. Yeah, he loved it. He was like, "Oh, I wish I could." There's this, energy. I feel like it gave him extra, um, kind of like a little poke more towards, ending a new beginning energy with moving forward, taking things to a new level, and I feel like it's made him think now of, how it'll be when someday when he won't need to, because he'll have so much cleared out of his life that you'll be sharing life so much more closely. So I feel like he sees a different world. He kind of imagined a new world, a new like timeline where you guys were together kind of energy, which is interesting. How like when if you made different choices in life earlier in life, what kind of life would be different? I kind of feel like they were daydreaming a little bit afterwards with you saying that. What's coming towards you guys next week? Got the Nine of Swords, Nightmare and Insomnia card, expectations. I feel like there is an energy. I feel like you're gonna have some dreams about things, and it's gonna be some of your fears coming up, like, you might dream they're cheating on you. You might dream this, you might have all these things where it almost feels like a nightmare, but it's your heart and your inner children and your higher self and your spiritual posse trying to bring those fears so you can release and free yourself from them because those expectations that we talk about every time, right? They will suck the life out of your relationship. So I feel like it's coming up. You're seeing here this next week, you're getting tired of falling into these. And because of that, you're starting to have them come up to be dealt with because you don't want to keep having them existing, drawing the fears, drawing these experiences towards you. You're ready to let these go. So I feel like that's a big thing for next week for you. What's coming for work for you? Oh, power of choice next week. Lover's card. Again, it's you have a lot of opportunities to either choose to go low or and even got the two of cups on the bottom. Emotional choice energy that you can either look at how is this for me? What am I grateful for? Or am I going to choose the lower vibration? Am I going to choose, you know, to have fear and lack and need and want and get down. So you have a lot of choice points emotionally with what are you gonna choose? No one is gonna make you feel anyway. Remember that, you're the one that, chooses it. There's this great if you, follow Instagram, I might have it written down here. His name is Julian himself, Julien himself, Himself. If you search for him on Instagram, he dresses himself. He is authentic. He is like and a lot of what he talks about is living true to yourself and really and the thing he said, it just blew me away. 'Cause he had someone in front of him and he goes, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid of being rejected." And he said, "Rejection from others doesn't hurt us. Rejection of ourself is what hurts us." And then he had everyone in the audience reject him all at once. Everyone tell him, you don't want him, you don't like him, you think he's blah, blah." Everyone said at the same time, all you heard is a bunch of noise. And he said, "Words of others are just noise, but we give those words meaning." And I like that. I feel like that is both it's very powerful, right? I mean, it blew my mind. But I feel like that's kind of what work is. It's like everything else on the outside is just noise. I get to determine the story. So how do I wanna feel? Not how I think I'm supposed to feel or how I'm reacting or whatever, but I wanna feel in power. I wanna feel like a vessel of love. I wanna feel joy. I wanna feel laughter. Do I wanna feel rejected? Do I wanna feel pain? Do I wanna feel this? Do I wanna feel that? No. But, um but we choose it because we think we're supposed to, right? So I feel like it's a very empowering week, for you with that, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one, and then we'll go on to number 2 here for you. There we go. You have, "I am the loving energy of the universe." Yeah, remember who you are. I'm not this human character. I am the made of this love energy. I am this love energy. So I love that. Right, let me do a quick I just wanna make sure I didn't miss anybody here earlier. I have a funny feeling, but we don't know. Oh, hey, Betty Joe. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. Let me get you on the list here. There we go. So I got you on there. All right. So Maria, for number 2, we're at 232, 4 to 6. So here's both your timestamps. Boom, boom. Move that up there. Oh, you're very welcome. Glad you're excited. All right. So let's take a look here. So I want to know what's coming for you for work next week. All right. So we'll expand a little more than what we asked on the last one. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you with work. Okay. And then anything you should know from work. Anything with Wally. Dark side updates. There was a guy who knew Wally, but Wally didn't introduce me. He kept looking at me. Why? All right. And then a message from Spirit. All right. So what's coming for you at work next week? You got the 7 of Wands and the 2 of Pentacles. Yep, there's a bit of sorry, let me move these cards here. They're sticking to the mat here. So you got the 2 of Pentacles, which is like this balancing act that you're putting on here next week. You have the 7 of Wands. So it feels like they're, like that emotional card that you got, the emotional choice card. This is the balancing between 2 different um, choices in the physical world, but it's one of being standing up and being true to my authentic self, not dimming my light, just being a bright light on a dark hill, or the other one is feeling defensive. So there is that energy of, they're really reinforcing it. Next week with work, it's, have I felt my feelings? Have I stuffed them? Anything you're feeling, it's good for you to kind of just journal, get it out of you, allow it to be there. Otherwise, if it's in here, it might just blah, go out instead of let me write down what I'm feeling. If I didn't get chosen, what does that bring up within me? And let me get it out on paper or type it out or whatever. But you need to get it out and feel it so that you don't, stuff it and regurgitate it at work next week. So I feel like that's the important thing there. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you? Yeah, the Ace of Wands. You have this spitfire, you have this great energy, you have this great action energy, you have fire, and so he thinks that you're very much a go-getter and a starter, type of person. So I like that. Anything you should know from work? Yeah, the Queen of Swords. There is something out there that balances both your head and your heart. And I feel like that's what you're in the midst of is you're realizing, the disappointment. Disappointment happens when something our mind tells us we should be getting money, position, praise, blah, blah, whatever, and we don't get it, we feel the lack. When we're living our joy and living our love, we don't focus so much on that. We focus in on enjoying what we're doing. We love what we do. We're excited. That other stuff just comes when we're feeling down or distracted. We start looking at, like, I can tell when my mind starts kicking in instead of living my joy from my heart, because you start looking at how many views, how many subscribers, what about this, what about that, blah blah blah, and that's all that doesn't matter. I'm living my joy. What's the matter, boo boo? Come your mind. Why are you freaking out? There's a fear that's igniting from somewhere, right? And I feel like that's important for you to know, regarding work, is that there is something out there that your heart wants to do that your mind can support, but they're kind of bringing you back to like that calling card, which is, what is it I want to do with my life? Because this door was temporarily closed, right? But it's like it was closed for me. So what is it? Because if I got into that, I would be delayed more in trying to learn that job and do all this and blah 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 blah. I'd be totally distracted. I wouldn't think of looking anywhere else if I got that. But now it's like, what is it that I want? This happened for me, and I feel like that's important for you to know. And then what about Wally? You got the Ace of Cups. I feel like there's an energy here too with Wally. It's important for you to know that Wally is a reflection. Your relationship with Wally is a reflection of your self love. So anything that you feel is being mirrored back or going on is a mirror for you to see. So when you're, let's say, one that this popped into my head that they brought in is like, so if I feel you're not moving fast enough in leaving where you're at to get to where I think you should go, that's you. You aren't moving. Your self love isn't moving fast enough to get to where you're wanting to go. So when you're realizing, I need you to be this, no, you need you to be this. I need you to take action. Oh, I need me to take action on my self love, right? Interesting, right? Dark side updates. Yeah, we have the Five of Cups. Yep, there's a lot of emotional conflict going on over there. So, you know, and we kind of known that with a lot of things. There is that's happening. But, I know we're curious about it. Our human gets curious, but I feel like there's a big reflective energy or why. What are you fearing? Why are you so concerned about how fast it's happening or not? What does it mean if it doesn't move fast? What does it mean about you? Some good reflection doesn't mean anything about you, but what do you think it means about you? And that's where you're going to find your truth. So there was a guy who knew Wally. He didn't introduce you. Oh, how rude! He kept looking at you. Why? Got the Eight of Swords. I just feel like there's, um, this is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. It's interesting because they're like, in one hand, they're like, I know you probably have an expectation that I'm supposed to introduce you, but I'm not ready to introduce you to a lot of people and everything yet. And I just don't want to open this can of worms and da da da. And he kept looking at you because he's like, oh, I'm concerned about how you're feeling. And he's trying to read you to see how upset it was making you that he wasn't, but he was scared because he's not ready. And this person I feel like knows people that know the dragon, and he's just afraid that he don't wanna get you, and I mean, my mind's just going crazy with all of the, "Well, what about woulda, all happening at the same moment," right? So, that's kind of what was going on with that. And then a message from spirit, and we got the Justice card. So you are learning a lot here. There's a lot of clarity coming in with that Ace of Swords around relationship especially, that's freeing you. You have a lot of expectations about what a relationship should be, supposed to be, need to be, out to be, right? You've been, you know, peeling them away. And that's just continuing. That's what all these things do. All these experiences you have that feel like triggers that bring up these emotions and reactions that you do not like. Those are those expectations. They're being triggered so you can know that they're down there so that you can question them, get to the root, free yourself from them, then they stop triggering. Because the more they trigger, the more energy you put on the what's not happening, and that's where the fights come from. That's what sucks the life out of the relationship. So if you keep stuffing them, they keep popping up, they're draining and pulling energy out of your relationship rather than you getting to the root of those things, transforming them. Then you can focus on growing love and the things you do love instead of growing the things that you don't. So, yeah, that's not deep at all. That's what they have there for you. You might have to listen to that a couple times because that's like deep. My goodness. Anyway, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You've got I choose to learn through love. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? You're learning through your experiences of love and those feelings when you feel like there's not love, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donations. We will circle back to your free reading here in a minuto. For the free readings, we've got up next Sarah Nebula, then Little Pink Pearl, Kat Mia, Jojo, Melissa, Maria P, and then Betty Joe. You'll be up after that. All right, so let's jump in. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. It's something you can do for free to show the channel some love. And it helps my channel get out in front of more people so we can spread more of the messages of spirit. So thank you guys for being a part of that. All right. So Seren Nebula, you are up at 243.03. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to all these readings. Will he respond to your messages or be positive? You're separated. All right, let's see here. Based on current energies, will they respond and will it be positive? All right. I feel like right now, they're going back and forth with this Two of Wands. It's the power of action, and they're kind of going back and forth. They have the Hermit card, which is they're kind of, they're wanting to be by themselves, to themselves, and, reflecting on themselves. And I do feel like I feel like they were wanting to respond, like they might even type something out and then delete it or, back out of it. And then they go about, I need to just reflect and be on me. And then they go back to respond. So I feel like they go back and forth. But for right now, I feel like it ends up on the not responding for a while. But you also have here the Empress card, which is for you, which is you, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, taking this time, this slowness of response is for you to focus in on you. to look at what's going on inside of you, nurture yourself, reflect upon yourself, your growth, um, realizing what it is you want, what you don't want. So this is a kind of taking your energy from being over there and going, you know what? I'm gonna release that and I'm gonna come back to me and go, what do I need right now? I don't need to hear from them. I know we feel like we do, but you don't need to hear from them. You need to hear from yourself, right? And you need to hear positive responses from yourself. And so the answers, the validation that you're looking for is here, not out there. So I feel like this energy of spirit saying, release that, come into here and see what validation you can find about your worth, your lovability, everything inside of here. All right. No, I'd rather just hear from them. No, because then they say something that's not exactly what we wanted to hear. And then we get to experience that wonderful feeling again. This is about finding your strength and your power as the Empress. And I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Then we have Little Pink Pearl, 24558 is yours. So Little Pink, good to see you. And are you on the right pathway towards your dreams, career, marriage? And will things start to move more quickly in advance, right? So, based on energies right now, are you on the path that's leading you toward what you feel right now your dream of career and marriage is? I know that's a very specific, correct kind of clarity with that because what you feel in your mind is your pathway towards your dream of career and marriage may not be what your heart wants. Feel like you're where the mind is going, this is what it looks like, and your heart's going, nuh-uh. So we'll see what this comes in here, and then will things start to move more quickly to advance you forward. All right. So what do they want you to know? First of all, yeah, we got the 10 of Pentacles. Things seem to be on track towards this feeling of abundance in the outside world, meeting those things, but Spirit is saying when you get there, you're gonna be like, "Oh, this doesn't feel like fulfillment to me," because you have everything you need inside of you right now to feel full and complete in your heart. When your mind says, "I can be happy and content when," that's an opinion, that's attaching your worth to something in the future. So until then, you feel worth less, not worthless, but you feel worth less because you're like, I need this and I'm down here. I feel like I'm behind and I need to do all of this just to get up to zero, right? And I feel like there is a kind of this period of, you're on the path of disappointment, which you will eventually go, things aren't happening. Well, when we feel like things aren't happening fast enough, that's already lack energy, right? Because I feel like I should already be married. I should already have my career. I feel lack. And then the more we focus in on that lack, right? Like I'm not up here, I'm down here. I invite more lack into my life. When I go into gratitude and focus on what I love about what's in my life right now, what I love about who I am right now, my life grows. When I'm looking at who I'm not and what's not in my life shrinks, right? What about speediness? You got the Knight of Cups, yeah. So this is the quest of finding your self-love. And so I feel like that's what they're showing you is you can invest all this energy in trying to find your dreams out here, but your dream is in here. You're the one you're looking for. You're the career you're looking for. You're the marriage you're looking for. You're the love of your life. All that out there is unstable and temporary. People change, people walk away, people pass away. We don't have stability in human relationships. Situations like jobs and education, social status, marital status, even all of that always changing, never stays the same. It's not eternal. We're looking for something eternal and stable. We find that inside. Inward and upward, the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. When you define yourself by that and you find that self-love, you don't stop wanting things in the outside world, you just stop needing them. They're not so desperate, like, "Oh god, what if I don't have that? I'll be fine." But I want it, and then you'll find it. You'll draw in something that matches that at a higher vibration than the need and the want and the lack that'll bring in more lacking energies and experiences and situations. So I feel like that's, you know, they're not gonna falsely tell you, "Yeah, you are. Go, go. You're gonna be fine." They're gonna be like, "Your your energy is going into a black hole when you put it towards the future. I'll be happy when you have everything inside of you to be happy now, and you can start living life instead of feeling like you're in a hole." It's to set you free because otherwise you just feel like you're in this negative all the time trying to get up to 0. Instead, you can be feeling, like you're living a life full of abundance. If you want guidance on, well, how do we do that? Well, my podcast series, The Easier Path, is all about making life an easier path instead of a harder path. So if you want to check that out, the playlist, of course, is down in the description area of the video here or on my main page at the top, toward the top. Right, hang in there, little pink pearl. I know, I know. All right, many blessings. All right, Cat Mia, you are up 251.11. Look at all those ones. And will you really like the result at DA? Okay, will you like the result? Based on your current energies, are you going to like the result here? I feel like you get two sets of two. On one side, there is this seeing things more clearly. The Empress is a birthing, a creativity. So I feel on one side something is sparked, and it brings you this feeling of abundance. It's like you see things clearly, this balance comes in. On the other hand, there you gain clarity with this realization here with the 5 of Pentacles, which is a belief in like a lack, like something's supposed to be, should be, need to be of a disappointment because we thought, well, it needs to be this. This is the result that it's supposed to be. When we hear anything like supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, we know that's tied to expectations. That's tied to small t truths rooted in fear, opinion from the outside world that kind of leaked into us like, oh, this needs to be the result. And it's like, does it though? So I feel like that's where the dual kind of message comes in on one side. At first, I feel like the result sucks because it's disappointing, right? It's like, oh, it didn't turn out the way that I thought it should. But then that brings clarity and brings you creativity, brings you awareness to see things from a different perspective that frees you, and then it takes you into something more in alignment with what your higher self is wanting and what is more in alignment with your true energy. So hopefully that makes sense, Cat Mia. That's what they have for you there. Sometimes your messages are so I feel like you get them, but my human is like, I don't know what this is about. So I'm glad they come through good for you. All right. So many blessings, my dear. And then Jojo, you are up to 53:37. So Jojo, here's your timestamp. So your question, a message from Bast. Is she around you? Let's see here. Do we get a cat? If we get a cat, then we know, right? Let's take a look here. Oh, okay. Okay. You get okay. I'm gonna show you this. So first, this is the first card I saw. So you have the High Priestess, which of course would be very intuitive, very spiritual, very goddess-like, right? Very spiritual energy. And then I get the Hierophant with that normally doesn't have cats on it, but has 2 cats. So, yes, she is around you. She is showing you things from a higher perspective with that hierophant. I feel like she's teaching you things. In fact, there's like these two cats feel like she's been around you before and she's back for round number 2. So I feel like you felt her before, but now this time she's back, but you're more intuitive. You're so much more connected, even more than you ever were before. And that's where this connection comes in, especially with this Scorpio full moon. It's allowing this energy to take you even deeper into the secrets and to revelations and to share some knowledge with you, some beautiful perspectives. So I love that for you. So that is a yes, yes, that she is, and it's on purpose for a purpose. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. All right, Melissa Hotsick, we're at 255.43 for yours. Whoops. Try that again here. And any idea on what did your main boss say to your sub-sector boss about you? All right, let's take a look here. What can we know about their conversation? I feel like I need to shuffle here. Okay, thank you. What did the bosses say? I sorry, I don't mean to, because it's like your nightmare. You have the moon card, and the 9 of swords here. It's interesting here because I feel like you're gonna dream about it, but, um but not before you dream about your nightmare, they say, because it's like you have this fear of, "Oh my god, what did my main boss say to my subsector boss? What did they say?" Right? And I feel like you have this dream that is, like, so real, like, you're like, "Oh my god, this is what happened." Like, no, 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 that's not it. That's your fear being expressed so you can work through it, so you can release this fear of, "What are we worried about?" Right? And I like it, this moon energy of the full moon in Scorpio helps you see the unseen, helps you dive into the unknown. That's why this is coming up here in this. But then after that's released, after you experience your fear in your dream world, you wake up going, I handled it fine in my dream. I'll handle it even more than fine in this physical realm if anything happened. And there's like this release that comes in. I feel like what they have to say is secret. Um, It's funny because it's like none of your business is coming through because the moon card is hidden. Hidden things revealed, but they're like, for now, it's bzz, 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 ch, ch, ch. And I like this, I like this um it'll come in a dream like in a few days later. So after you have that nightmare and you face this fear of what do I fear they think, then you're like, "Oh, I'm okay." And then you get a little more of a premonition dream that comes in that brings in that clarity. I don't feel like it's anything. Okay, they said you can say that much. They won't share what they said to me because they know I'll blab it, but they are sharing with me that it's nothing serious. It's nothing big, nothing bad, just, you know, um, just information, really not anything, like I said, anything big or bad, coming in there. But I feel like you'll have the nightmare or the intense dream, and then a few days later, like 3 days later, you'll have the dream that tells you more of what was said, and because 'cause they're like, "It's not a big deal. You're fine." So, hopefully that helps, Melissa. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Alright. And then Maria P, here is your free reading, 25933. There is your timestamp. You said another PayPal. Oh, yep, just came through. Tell you what, I'm gonna do this free one for you, and then I'm gonna do the free one for Betty Joe, and then I'll jump and do your additional donation if that's cool, since I'm so close to finishing the free readings. All right. Did I post your? Yeah, I did. All right. So a general for you for love and work. So for love, for work, for love, yeah, you have the Seven of Swords. So here is that fear of deceit, fear of being lied to, fear being cheated on. They are reinforcing here a lot of what we had in your other readings tonight about one of your biggest fears is that someone's going to lie to you and cheat on you, and why are you afraid of that? I feel like that's a big thing to face. It's important to really look at that. My podcast, The Easier Path, I've been touting it all the time because there's such great information out there. If you look at some of the beginning um, episodes, adventures, I call them, we talk about why people cheat, why we fear it, how we can transform those fears so we don't draw in experiences that match those. So I feel like that's important for you to really look at the core of why we fear that so much. And I feel like that those episodes will help. For work, yeah, you 10 of Pentacles, you have this abundance energy coming in there for you, and I swear, every time you ask about work, we're getting all this abundance, 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 but I feel like there is this energy of, there's something out there that's more fulfilling. You have this abundant energy. I definitely also, I've talked about that, abundance where it talks about the Six of Pentacles. It's such an important thing. You have all this abundance that wants to come in for work. And I feel like a broken record. I feel like they keep saying this, right? So I apologize that it's coming through over and over and over again, but I feel like maybe it's just, maybe you're like me, where they have to hit me with a 2x4 to go, "What? What what did you say?" Because they keep telling me over and over things in my life, and it took them, like, doing it, like, getting louder and louder and louder, and I'm like, "Oh, you're talking to me." And they're like, Yeah." But they do that gently for us. So I feel like that's important to know this, lower, subconscious inner child rate of exchange that you have to do so much to deserve so little below the surface, right? Our conscious mind is like, "No, I deserve the world. Why am I not getting it?" And the inner child's like, "No, you don't. You have to do all this before you get that. I'm the one in charge of the gate. You can't tell me what to do." Little stubborn, little emotional inner child that doesn't let us, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. We'll circle back here in a sec for your free reading. I mean, your third donation. Betty Joe, you are up 302.53. So, Betty Joe, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so, you'd like to see how your current connection your current connection and you will play out. You've had an unspoken pause after a couple dates to prioritize our own work finances over a relationship, but I've been taking more talking more consistently as of late, and have a great connection. All right, yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look here. Cheers, cheers. Let me turn that off. That is hot, hot. All right. So, based on your current energies, how will that connection play out? So let's see. All right, boom, boom, and we got this here. Yeah, I see it's going to kind of continue a little way that it has been going. You got the Five of Swords, which is the battle between the head and the heart. I don't feel like this is conflict between the two of you. I feel like this is the conflict that it's spoken here on the prioritizing your own work and finances and all that. That because the mind is saying, both of each of your mind is going, this is how things need to be, and da da da. We need to get these things in order. while the heart is going, "What are you doing? We need to be interacting with that heart over there." So the hearts want to get together, but the minds are keeping each other apart, going, "Oh, this we need to get all this mental stuff, the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's, the have to be's, together." Because you also have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It is abundance, it is sensuality, it is fruitfulness, and so I do feel eventually when the heart the I'm sorry, the mind feels confident enough, both of your minds feel like, "All right, this is enough of things in place," then I feel like things progress with this Queen of Pentacles. But you're both when anything ever slows down, there's a reason why the humans do what we do, right? But there's always the real reason behind the scenes and below the surface of why things slow down. And a lot of times, why things slow down is it's given each of us the opportunity to release old mindsets that don't serve us anymore, old emotions that don't serve us anymore, old energy that doesn't serve us anymore, even physical things that don't serve us anymore. It helps us create space, which also we're releasing things that allows us to raise our own self-worth, our own love vibration, so that we can have a higher vibrational experience. So it does feel like this conflict and stuff going on is giving you both time to self-nurture, to transform some things, to get some fears gone, some emotions gone, and things like that, then that allows that progression. He says, "You usually pour into relationships, and your work and finances will get effective because I go all in, and so far they haven't been the right man to pour into." Yeah, and that does make sense that this pause they're reminding me of my 3rd relationship because I would too. I used to my first one, I moved in well, actually, there's a situation, they moved in very quickly after barely meeting them or, after dating them for a couple months, because they were either gonna have to move out of state or move in with me, and so they moved in with me. Yeah, that's kinda what I'm picking up there. Um, and the second one, after knowing them for, 6 months, I moved out of state with them. Pouring it all in, giving it all to whatever. Number 3, I was gonna do the same thing, but they wouldn't let me. They were like, "No, we're not moving in together until, we've dated for a year." Um, and, um, and for number 1, number 2, I co-signed on cars with them too. Yeah, all in. I had to declare bankruptcy after the first 2. Yeah, right? So, it's there. Number 3, though, then he was gonna buy a house, right? And I'm like, "Do you need me to co-sign?" I was gonna do it again. When they bought a truck, I was gonna do it again, and they're like, "No, I wanna do this on my own. No, I wanna do this on my own. I wanna do this on my own." And, they're also the one that because I had insecurities and jealousies, that they said, "If you don't go get counseling, this isn't gonna work." So they were a big, wonderful, "Stop the insanity," like the old commercials back in the day. "Stop the insanity. You need to stop doing this." And so it's wonderful that when we reach that point, it sets us free because we're forced to like, "Oh my god, you're not letting me do what I normally would do." The overgiver energy, right? So I like this for you. I feel like the pausing is allowing you. Yeah. It did. It was a blessing. They were a teacher. They were reflecting back to me what I needed to see about myself, as all of our relationships are. They always are for us once we're able to see it, right? So I feel like this is good. I feel like this is you know, they haven't opened the door to allow me to overgive, right? But there's an important energy, you know, um, yeah, isn't that great? Um, you know, because I know for me, I felt I had to overgive when I was younger, and oddly enough, if you wanna check out my podcast series, The Easier Path, I have a a lot of great content of things I went through, especially in the beginning. Ones I talk a lot about my relationships. But, this last one, Abundance Where It Be, this one here talks about this rate of exchange that we have, the overgiver, where we learned when we were younger that I had to give so much to deserve so little. So for me to feel good about myself, I had to overgive. I had to, it's like that need to be needed. And I would overgive and I had no boundaries. It was just like, yeah, 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 yeah. I'll charge up all my credit cards. I will give and give and give and give until I'm I am barely surviving myself. And realizing where the root of where it comes from is 7 years old and younger. In this video, this podcast talks about that when we talk about the Six of Pentacles, where the rate of exchange, where I feel I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back. And then that, it turns into codependent relationship, right? Where we feel we have to overgive, give, give. We enter as two adults, but it turns into an adult and a child. We become the adult, the giver, giver, giver to the baby bird. And when the baby bird wants to give back, we're like, "Oh, no, no, no. I have to give to you." And because we give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we give even more until we're resentful, that's not good for us. That doesn't feel good. And them, when we won't consciously or subconsciously, at least subconsciously, if not consciously, don't like them giving to us, it's difficult for us to receive, we will, not let them, and if they wanna feel good about giving too, and if we won't let them give to us, where do they give? They become workaholics, they give to their friends, they give to a hobby, they go to the gym and work out, or, like, the gym becomes their life, or they give to other people, like affairs, right? And so when we have that repetitive cycle, it's like, "Oh, I realized they couldn't give me what I wasn't giving myself." Um, and that's the big ahas. So if you want more on all that, check out my podcast series. Start on Adventure 1. You're gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is me." So hopefully that helps, Betty Joe. But it feels like here, take the time, take the separation to do that so you don't like it only took me 5 longish term relationships, a 3-year, a 1-year, a 3-year, a 1-year. I was single for 3 years and then a 1 year, and then that was it, right? Yeah. So, yeah, let me know what you think, and let me know if you have any questions too. All right. So many blessings, Betty Joe. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. All right. Fun times, fun times. I love it. We're all on the mission together. All right, Maria P, thank you so much for your patience and for your third donation too. I like it. So let's dive in here. Those are all your timestamps. All right. So Wally said, "You never know, the other person they pick might not last and you can apply." Oh, for the job. I was going, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "What?" So for the job, right? So Wally said, "You never know. Maybe he's planning on taking him out." Wally, no kidnapping. What's happening with that role that you apply for that you didn't get? Okay. And then a lot of people are talking, it should have been you. Okay. And then message from spirit about work. All right. All right. So why did Wally say that? Oh, yeah. So he sees that this is your fears and that you have the disappointment and because you had expectations of getting it and you feel disappointment. He's trying to make you feel better. He's just trying to be like, but kind of energy. So I like that. he's a sweetheart. He knows he doesn't like to see you upset or feel like you're disappointed, you know. So I love that. What's happening with that role? Yeah, the chariot. There is movement, there is victory in it. I feel like they have made their choice and they are moving forward with it here right now. So it's progressing, it's going up in the air, it's moving there. So it feels like that things are going, you know, as planned, and that they did choose someone there. It doesn't feel like they're regretting their choice or anything like that, at least not yet. And then a lot of people are talking that it should have been you. The Six of Cups. Oh, I like that. Six of Cups energy is again, there's this. Um, they don't want you to be upset and they feel like it's kind of like a mothering energy. It's like if one of your children didn't get something, you know how you feel like, "Oh, it's okay, and you should have gotten that," and, you know, they feel like they need to make you feel better. And so that's a lot of what they're saying there, you know, and some people do believe that you had the skills and that you should have gotten it. Um, but of course, they don't know all the details of all the interviews and everything as well. So, you know, I just feel like I like that energy though. They're just trying to help you balance your emotions. They care. Ah, I like it. A message from Spirit about work. You have the Hierophant, the number 5, the master of change. Also seeing things from a higher perspective. It is the teacher student energy again, and I feel like you get in this, you know, is there something that you would love to do that requires schooling or training or teaching? Um, what is this dream? I feel like you're getting more and more clarity around what your true dream come true is because I keep on getting this nudge when I'm talking to you about work that there's something you wanna do, but you don't wanna go to school for it. It feels like, ugh, I don't know why they keep on bringing up, like, nurse. Like, you know, you can become a nurse if you want to. You have the mind, you have the definitely the spunk and the energy to do it, but I do feel like there is this, "Let's go, let's go, let's go," energy, you know, that comes in with this. So, I feel like consider what is it that, you know, this change energy is bringing in for you. But I feel like it's not about running away from something, it's about what is it that you want to go toward, and I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Maria. I know. What is it? What is this that you wanted to do when you were a young child? Do you wanna be an astronaut? Alright, let's see here. I honor how I want to feel. Yeah, following the heart too. Where's your heart leading you with work, right? With your career kind of energy, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Fun, fun. Oh, fun. All right. So I did complete all of the free readings. I had a few donations come in. So, hey guys, good to see you. So we got Stormborn times 2 first here. Get you on here. There's number 1. So you'll be up next here. Get the other one on here. Boom, boom, boom. Come on. Oops, I'm gonna create some more space here. And then we got Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. I got your Cash App that just came through. So thank you for that. And we got you on the list here. So we got 2 for Stormborn and then Chelsea. You guys are next. I like it. Oops. All right. So Stormborn 31854. You are up for the bet. Here we go. Boom, boom. So I'm going to give both of yours a love and a like here so I don't forget to do that. So grateful. So you want to know, will Jordan's mother, you said mom, regret her role in your divorce? Oh, let's take a look here. The apple don't fall far from the tree. What does that mean? Right? Oh, yeah. All right, got all these in here. Bottom of the deck here. We have the 3 of swords. On the bottom is the overall energy here. We'll have to see what these other cards are coming in because, um, I feel like they're not gonna regret it as much as you would hope they would, because that's for you, the expectations equal disappointment. But I also feel like eventually that they'll be like, "Wow." I don't feel like they really saw you for who you were, and I feel like they find out later, "Oh, oh, you know, you, you were good for him." Um, so I feel like they realize too late and they're going, "Oh, oh," and then they're like, "Okay, I do feel bad." But not like really, really bad, because I don't feel like they're that type of person. That's why I say, like, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, If you look at Jordan, how they don't regret, they learned that from somewhere. So, let's see what else. We got the 8 of swords, the king of cups. There's that energy, mama energy if here. The king of cups is like a perfect compatible person, and the 8 of swords is they felt like in this moment and in this, which is kind of like I said, mama energy. No one's ever good enough for their child, especially moms with their sons and fathers with their daughters. Usually mothers and daughters, it's not as often that mothers are, they're more in competition with daughters, kind of that energy's there. It's more the dads that are super protective of daughters and the moms that are super protective of the sons, right? So there is that energy of no one's ever good enough for my son kind of energy that was there. So that's why they couldn't see past that. But I do feel here, like we said, with the King of Swords and the Knight of Swords, that there is clarity that they get later where then they realize, oh, oh, yeah, you were um you were good for them, and they didn't see it. That's the clarity that comes in later. Then you got these 3 cards with 1 underneath on the deathbed, yeah. You're probably not far off. Although it doesn't feel like that. I feel like it's gonna be like it's like in a year and a year and a half is when they start to really see it, because I feel like the people that he chooses, the mother really doesn't like, and they start to see the people that he's introducing and that he's dating and that he's whatever, and she's like, "Oh my god, you, like, are up here," and that in her mind, they're all down here. They're like, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" Kind of energy, which makes sense here. We've got the Ace of Wands, the spark that happens here. Yeah, see all the expectations that mama has, and she's, seeing all these 5 of Wands, all the drama that their son gets into with all these others. She sees the immaturity of all these other people, and she's like, "Oh my god, you were so mature in comparison to these others." And the contrast, they're really realizing it. Yeah, underneath the surface, they see the Wheel of Fortune. They're just like, "Oh my god, I didn't realize how fortunate we were until it was too much," right? Yeah. Well, she has to say that. And that makes sense, you know. "No, my son is perfect, everyone else is the one that doesn't." But I feel like over the next year, year and a half is how she sees her son's imperfections, 'cause it's so blatant, I feel, here. Yeah, and the Queen of Swords. They do see you as this wonderful balance between the head and the heart, and they do see here. It's funny because they see here, we had that, the King of Cups, which is I'm looking for the perfect compatible person, and the Queen of Swords is the match of the King of Cups, and they realize, "Oh, wow." But what's interesting, so look at it this way, with her thinking how her son was, she didn't realize you were the perfect fit because she saw him as this. Then she's like, "Oh, now that he's not perfect, I feel like you would be a good fit for him." And you're like, "Well, what's wonderful is you realized, no, I realize how imperfect they are and that I'm not a good fit for them." And I loved how it kind of switches places. And you're like, "Nope, you are wrong. I'm not a good fit for them." Well, we'll put it this way. Yeah, you are a good fit for them, but they're not a good fit for you. Have I ever told you about the five-fingered glove and the three-fingered person? I'm gonna tell you anyway, because it's for everyone. But there's this, uh so, like, you're a five-fingered glove, and they're a three-fingered person, right? So you're a good fit for them because you cover all the 3 fingers and the hands, and even there's room for 2 more fingers, which they don't have. So, yeah, you're a great fit for them, but you are left empty. They're not a good fit for you. You need a five-fingered person to feel fulfilled. They were just a three-fingered person. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's our human fun adventure, right? Fun times, I know. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one there, and then we'll go on to your second one here too. True healing occurs when I give myself permission to feel whatever feelings live below the triggers. I love it. So part of your healing, and we talked about that the other night, right? You just gotta feel those feels, you don't have to act on them. So if you have anger, don't go break things or kill people or anything. Please. They don't it's not worth it. You are you're worth more than that. But and cry as much as you don't need to act on those sad feelings. It's about getting them out. Feel the feels, don't push them down. Um, and I like that for you. All right, so that's for number 1. I'll do number 2, and then I'll catch up on everyone else that's come in here as well. But I'm gonna finish, Stormborn's here first. We got 32809. So here is your second one. Boom, boom. So thank you for your additional donation. And you wanna know, will you be successful if you go back to school for a grad degree, and when should you start? All right, let's take a look here. We'll see when the opportune time is here. So based on current energies, if you go back to school, will that feel successful for you here? I got that. All right. All right. I like that. And then let's see here. When is a good time for you based on the stars and alignment and energy? All right. Thank you. As I smack sorry, I didn't mean to hit my microphone. Close my eyes, going off into the universe, and I hit the microphone. All right. So I like here, um, the bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Wands, which is all about opportunity and possibility here. You even have the power of choice and victory underneath here. So whatever you put your mind to, of course, you'll be able to be successful at. That's the Queen of Wands and the Chariot energy. That's the underlying energy that's there. So, you can do this here. You actually have a little bit of it might happen a little out of order because you got 3 cards, 1 card, 2 card. Instead of 3, 2, 1 or 1, 2, 3, it's 3 and then 1 and then 2 energy. So let's see what this is about here. Yep, you have the Tower card, which is something being removed out of your life on purpose, for purpose, to make space. And even though there was fear involved here, nightmare and insomnia through all of this, the moon is what brought some hidden things to the surface to end an old phase and begin a new one. Oh, okay, so they're telling me here it's not things out of order. Instead, it's 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. So it's an ending of an old cycle, an old phase. The moon becomes full to allow things to fall away to begin something new. So I feel like they're saying here, this is part of your journey that had you stayed married and in that situation, you would have never have expanded. You would have felt less and less and less and less because you wouldn't be supported in going back. Oh, you can't do that. No, you don't need to do that. You're not smart enough, kind of that lack of support, right? So, because of this, this is giving you the fire to prove it to yourself, but also to them, why not? That little extra fire of look at this, boo 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 boo. So I like this for you. Yeah, you have the 8 of Wands, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement around this for you, a lot of movement, a lot of flow that comes with this. Yep, and you have this death and this rebirth, this ending and new beginning, and the King of Wands, here's you deciding what you want, putting a plan together, and then taking action behind it. So I like this energy here for you. Um, and you got the 3 of Wands too. You have March 31st till April 10th, which of course is next year. But the 3 of Wands, you might be able to do this sooner here, but you might need a little bit of time to like prepare because I do feel like you end up going a different direction than you thought you would with it, but I still feel like you do pursue taking yourself to a new level with education, but I feel like you might end up doing something different than you did, you know, like you might alter course with this 3 of Wands because it's with new information, you choose to go a different direction, um, which might push you off to do that. Because it could be, if this resonates, like because I'm gonna alter my course of what I wanna do, I need to take a couple more courses, um, to be able to then get this secondary degree to go get my other, so it's like there's some prerequisites of something that you need to do in between now and then, but then you start your grad you said grad, right? Yeah, the grad degree, like March 31st of next year. But I feel like between now and then, there's some other things that you do to prepare for it. That's with that, right? Oh, I love that. Nurse practitioner. You wanted to be a psych nurse. Okay, yeah, 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 yeah. So that makes sense that there might be some classes you need to take to be able to get into the grad degree program for the psych nurse. So that makes sense. So this is you're going a different direction than you had planned originally, right? To go into the psych area, right? So I like that. Yeah, it feels like that, like you're the one that's choosing the direction, so you'll know that direction. So that feels right though, because it feels like you do need to do some other work. Sorry, I gotta crack my back. um to do that. So hopefully that makes sense. I love that. You're used to dealing with psychotic people. Wait, not me. I meant, the X. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one. You do get one of the Beltane oracles, so let's see what that comes in with this as well. Thank you. Okay. um, well, this is about I don't know if I can I'm just gonna do it this way. This is, it's like a it would be like the climax of a full moon. I don't know if I can share that that word here on YouTube, but it's about thrusting your body, elevating your spirit, opening the gates to your renewal. I love that. It's let yourself go. Um, pursue your passion, energy that comes in with all this here. Yeah, this summer or fall. Yeah, I feel like when you look into it, you might have to do some prerequisite work, but I feel like you can do it sooner than those as well, but I feel like it's that Queen of Wands has to do with your energy. If we feel like I need this, I want this, we can be pushing it further away, but if you look at and you focus it on gratitude and kind of like maybe the why around it a little bit, that can come in there as well, right? So I like that, that the change of the why behind it becomes more pure and you draw it in sooner, if that makes sense. Oh, okay. So that could be it. Oh my gosh. You go. Let's see here. It says release is a necessary part of life that you must give way to from time to time. When that does not happen, your soul becomes too overwhelmed and will seek release in other more destructive ways. Never is this more true than with emotions. Lower vibrations such as anger, sadness, jealousy, and rage can consume you if they're left unchecked. You may think you're getting over what you feel by ignoring it or locking it in the back of your mind, but eventually your emotional baggage will seek another outlet and may manifest in self destruction, illness, chaotic outburst, or other negative expressions of release. Like your last card was all about releasing your emotions, right? I like that. An emotional release doesn't have to be dramatic. There are many ways you can free yourself from the storm brewing within. Giving yourself to creative expression is a healthy way to channel darker emotions. Dance or cook or lose yourself in art, body expression, or music. This medium doesn't matter if it brings you a sense of freedom or school, right? That can be an outlet, but I love this expression and this renewal energy coming in here for you. So it feels very supported. This is a way of you going, "You know what? We're gonna take all this passion, this energy, this fire, and I'm putting it into me and what I'm doing," right? Okay, very good. Yeah, we'll dive into that one, as well. We'll circle back around here, after Chelsea. So let me grab whoops. So I will put that down here. So we will circle back, but let me do a couple of shout outs here. Let me just update my emails here. All right. So let's see here. I know we had a couple people come in here. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, Marissa. You want the tea on Marissa? So, Marissa, hello, hello. I'll get you on here. Oh, wow. Yeah. You want the tea on that too. All right. So I'll get you on the free list here, Marissa. And then Krabby Kaka or Happy Haha. We'll get you on there too. You'll be right before Marissa. I think that was it because we got Chelsea up here. All right. So let me take a sip here. We'll dive in. We've got Chelsea for donation and then Stormborn for number 3 donation. And then if there's no other donations, we will jump into the final 2 free ones as well. So cheers, cheers, everybody. The coffee is gone. The water steps in. All right. So Chelsea, you're at 339.48. Thank you so much. Whoops. For your donation via Zcash app. I'm so grateful. Boom, boom. There you are. So you had a job interview that went really well. All right. Is this finally the job? Will you get the base salary that you want? And lastly, when will you see Philippe in person or Philip in person again? Okay. Let me just, all right. So let's take a look here. So, the job that you're looking for. So based on your energies right now, is this it? Hello, hello. Please, God. Well, if not, then then that just means there's even a better one out there, right? I know we can get tired of looking and interviewing and blah, blah, blah. I know, I know, I know. But we can trust that if it isn't, there's something like super, super wonderful, that's out there. Because we don't get downgraded, we get upgraded, in life. So I like that. So yeah, so rough. The bottom of the deck, you do have the death and rebirth card overall for your energy in everything. You also have the moon card underneath, which is movement of, the phases of the moon, the full moon moving into a new moon, the ending and beginning energy. So I like that. I don't feel like there's anything else on the bottom of the deck. I just feel like those two are talking about the cycles of change coming. So is this the job? You got the Queen of Wands and the Strength card. It can be a job, the like one of the jobs, because the Queen of Wands is all about possibility, energy that's there. And so I like that energy because it's like I feel like you have several different types of jobs possible in your life that could feel like, wow, something that's it doesn't have you don't have like a fated job. You have a choice of jobs that bring you a variety of experiences and abundance and fullness and experiences and opportunities. So this does feel like one of them with the Queen of Wands because it's within your power to do this. And the Strength card is your higher self here. That's your higher self. And then the kitty is your human self. And so there is this kind of guidance, all this fire energy. I feel like you're very passionate about this job. And it feels very good here. Underneath that, you have the Six of Pentacles, which is about abundance. It is about balance. It is this energy of feeling like you do get what you're wanting and you have enough for you and enough for other people because you're full and overflowing. That comes in with this here. There is an energy here with the wands and the pentacles coming in. If I haven't shared this with you yet, one of my podcasts is Abundance Where It Be, and it does talk about our energy focus and our Six of Pentacles rate of exchange. These are two things that keep things from coming to us. One is our energy. If I'm focusing on want, need, lack, fear, I push things away. When I'm focusing on gratitude and the higher vibration, I draw it to me. That's step one, which is like the Queen of Wands. You're drawing something to you. But the Six of Pentacles is like the gates of our city that our inner child, emotional inner child, rules over, and it determines with our rate of exchange. Have you given enough to deserve this? From the inner child, they have a way out of balance rate of exchange, like 1,000 to 1, right? And if I leave that unchecked in my subconscious, then it rules that and it keeps things outside the gate till it feels we've done enough. It opens it up, lets some in, and it slams the gates closed again, going, "Oh, we're back at 0. Gotta work your way all back to 1,000 again." But we can communicate with that and our inner child and balance it out to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1. So that video goes into more detail about all of that if that resonates for you, because that can help you bring things towards you instead of if you've been feeling like things have been kept away from you, that can be why. Um, let's see here. And then you were asking about the salary itself. Yeah, I feel like the 4 of cups, it's enough. I feel like you get the 4 of cups is I'm okay with that. I don't feel like maybe it's not like all the way up to like the high. I feel like you get close to it. I feel like there's a little bit of well, you'll start off at this, and then after 3 months, then we'll bump you up to this kind of thing, or 6 months. It's something like that where they get you close, and then they will bump you up to where you're like in the end, it balances out. Like, I start off a little lower, but I know that in 6 months that this will happen because they go, "If in 6 months you do this, then we'll bump you up past that up to here." And you're like, "Okay, it still works out the same because I know I'm able to do that, so I'll get that, and then that'll be more than I asked for, but it just for 6 months, I'll be have the lower, but the difference between it, I'll make up for, blah, blah, blah." Calculate in your brain. So it feels good, right? You said you love it. You're going to go through every episode of you might, you just might. It might resonate. I love it. And then you wanna know, when will you see Philippe in person again? Let's see, what do we wanna know about Philip here? You do have the Page of Cups and the Star card here. So this is a wish upon a star energy, the Page of Cups energy. So I do feel like there is a return here, because the Page of Cups can be a return of emotion, and this Star card here, very Aquarian energy, it's Aquarius energy that like this seeing him in person, like you have this self-love and you offer this love, right? But they're very Aquarian kind of keep their emotions in Tupperware containers because they need to analyze emotion, understand emotion before they allow themselves to feel it or to share it. And so that's why Aquarians can be a little misunderstood. I'm an Aquarian, just so you know. Why do you know so much about the Aquarius? Well, because I am one. I investigate my sun sign anyway. So I like that. And then underneath that, yeah, you do have the Ace of Swords. So there that is verifying that you do have communication and clarity. And the Eight of Wands is about, of course, passionate movements. They may not share emotion very quickly, but they're gonna offer some passion. Let's see a when here, though, based on current energy. It's awfully loud, sorry. So based on current energy, let's pull a when card here. Thank you. You have January 10th to February 8th, but this is Libra, Aquarius, Gemini energy with the Knight of Swords, which is the movement of communication. So Aquarius, of course, is gone. Gemini is the next one coming up. Oh, Gemini is May 20th to June 20th. Oh, he's a Gemini. Well, there you go. Happy birthday. You're an Aquarius North Node and Venus. Ah, very nice. So so your North Node, yeah, in your Venus energy. So yeah, understanding of your emotions and expressing, well, not expressing them, but understanding your emotions is a big piece of your adventure, huh? I like it. But I feel like this is good. I feel like you will hear from them, and then contact will happen there. So, I can't believe it's May already. So May 20th. Um, oh, is it ever? That resonates, eh? So I like that. So that's when you'll be hearing from them again there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with the Beltane Oracle. Since your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these. So let's take a look here. Get this one here. And you have honey. Hey, honey. It's a very interesting card. It says, "The sweetness of you swells in the grace of your pool. Oh, so beautifully lethal." You're like, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see what this one brings in. All right. Yeah, this is about sweetness. Says, "You've probably heard the phrase, you can catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar." I feel you catch more flies flies with honey than you do vinegar? I thought I saw something else about what, um, you catch more bees with honey than flies with crap, right? Anyway, which easily applies to manifestation, magic, and even healing. Your soul attracts more with positivity, love, and compassion than it does anger, frustration, and sadness. So if you found yourself in a period of unrest, jealousy, heartache, or fear, know that the path to healing yourself is through allowing sweetness to swell within your being. Yeah, yeah, that's how I thought the saying went too. This is actually a lot of what we talk about. This will resonate with that abundance where it be podcast. Rejoice in the success and good fortune of others. Celebrate the good in your life rather than focusing on what's wrong or broken. It's all about the energy we talk about. Find compassion and forgiveness for those who have brought you pain. Each act of sweetness repairs the breaks in your heart, leading you on the journey towards restoration. Your abundance will be tenfold when you walk the path of sweetness, even if you've not felt much heartache and are currently experiencing a period of good fortune. The more you lean into kindness of heart, the more increase you shall see return to you, an increase in love, wealth, health, or joy, or D, all of the above. I like it. Honey, honey. There you go. Beautiful card. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I love all of that for you. And let me know what you think of those podcasts if you do check them out, because some great things definitely flowing towards you with that coming in there. Right. So many blessings, Chelsea. So good to see you. Absolutely. I'm so glad. Glad you're one of our Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. All right. I'm gonna take a quick sip here. Stormborn, we'll dive into your number 3 here. All right. So Stormborn 35302 is for yours. So here you go. So I like that high five, the high five sticker there. So I want to know, what kind of woman will he be choosing? Will he like them as much as you? Let's see, said you're asking about the other one because you wonder if he would be settling or realizing what we had was really real and that he really missed out. All right, we'll take a look here. See what we got going on here. And when we're talking about what kind of woman will he be choosing, do you mean or you said women, right? Oh, will he like them as much as you? All right, so we'll take a look here and see um, what kind of women. Let's see how many there are here, because I feel like there's a few. There's two here. before he gets into what would he consider a serious relationship, uh, which would be that one, I believe. Yeah. And then will he like them? Okay, because this is going to be how he felt about them below there. I get you. Thank you. I was like, what are you trying to tell me? They're like, put those cards underneath because we're going to talk about how he felt about each of them. And then this one here. All right, that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The bottom of the deck overall, we do have the 10 of swords, which is, of course, a lot of expectations that he hates, right? He doesn't like people to have rules. He doesn't want to be a caged lion. He wants to be able to be himself, not someone trying to change him, not someone to try to tell him because mama thinks I'm perfect, right? That's funny that that comes back in. Because mama thinks I'm perfect. Why are you guys trying to change me? Because I'm perfect. Mama created a monster. I do feel here below the surface. Got the 3 of cups, which is a an energy of like third party. Like there's always it feels like they're always looking for an extra person on the side, because I feel like they feel like people don't live up to his expectations, and so he's always thinking, "Well, maybe I need 2, to do that, right?" You know, giant eye roll, right? Score, your eye roll down the bowling alley and hit a strike. Yeah. So let's take a look here. I feel like there's 2 before he gets into a serious relationship. The first one, yeah, someone that feels like so full of joy and so full of emotion, a very emotional person because they like that. Um, but they're they're emotionally unstable. They're extreme. Like they'll, oh my gosh, it's almost like what is that movie where they boiled the yeah, where they boiled the rabbit. Oh my god, with Glenn Close. where she where she was so emotional and so passionate and so full of emotion. Is it Single White Female? I think it was a different one. Feels like it was a one-word feels like a one-word one, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Fatal Attraction, that's it. That's what it feels like. Um, because they're so emotional, but they're also so emotionally extreme, and in comparison, yeah, a lot of fighting that comes in here, a lot of arguments because, um, because they're so unstable with it. So definitely, when we're looking at, like, no, very disappointing, very a lot of friction, energy that comes in there. So, yeah, definitely not. So that's number 1. Yeah, and a lot of drama. I feel like that's why mama this is, like, over the next year and a half, right? That mama's like, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Crazy." I mean, that's what the word she uses. I would never say that word on YouTube. Um, and then number 2. Yeah, number 2, they're like, "Oh, someone who wants to be in a relationship. I feel like it's a little more stable, someone who seems like such a good match that comes in, and they really like all that." And, um, but it turns into this codependent relationship. The King of Cups is, "Oh, wow," um, they feel more balanced between their head and their heart than the number 1. But number 2 is that the 6 of Pentacles is that, um, overgiver. It feels very smothering to them, and I feel like, in a way, that they remind this other person reminds them of you because the balanced energy. Because they're like, you're stable and you're this, but I feel like, um, it is that smothering feel, and the smothering is because they feel these expectations flowing in with that, like that 10 of swords. They're like, they're just like, "Oh, no, 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 no." They wanna change me. They wanna try to make me be someone I'm not, and that's when they abandon it. So I feel like they're like, um, scared of that. And then the third one they get into really feels here like, um, someone that this is when I feel like they kind of get into a more serious relationship. I don't feel like they get very far. Maybe maybe 3 months with number 1, maybe 6 months with number 2, and then they get into this one here. They have the moon. So number 3 reminds them of their mother. Yay. And I feel like they have finances, energy there. So I feel like they are very well off, very come from a wealthy family, prestigious kind of energy. And the 9 of wands, they play hard to get. And I feel like um this is why he's kind of attracted to them because they're like, no, no, no. They're like making him work for it, which they're not used to, right? And then underneath the surface here, like when we're asking, does he like them as much as me? Because they play mind games. They have the devil card here. Very Capricorn, Saturn, very mental energy that, um, and they're very work oriented. I feel like, in a way, they feel like, how can I say this? It's such a say it the way it's coming through because it's like a man in a woman's body is how, because they're very competitive, very, um, not compassionate, not emotional, more mental, that they get along that way, if that makes sense. And he likes them, like, more, you know, because sounds so, narcissistic, right? He likes them so much because they remind him so much of him. He's a man who acts like a woman, but he likes a woman who acts like a man, right? What a great match. You're like, "Please take him. Thank you." But and I feel like that's what works well for them, right? Well, yeah. Yeah, he does. So maybe you will see him again, when you're that psych nurse, you're gonna be like, "Oh, look who's in our room. Look who's in the padded room for me to come help." "Well, looky here. I think we need a catheter." Yeah, that would be pretty much describes that, right? So, isn't that interesting? You're just like, and you're like, "I'm new at this. This may take a few times." Yeah. In the beginning, of course he did. Of course, in the beginning, you also, were, desiring to be want to be wanted, to be needed, and he was a good manipulator, and he liked your emotion and all that. It's when you became, um, stronger that it didn't, right? Oh, no. Oops. Yeah, you're like, "Oh, I'm new at this. Oh, sorry. This is a new type of, catheter. I don't know what happened." No, you wouldn't wanna lose your You wouldn't wanna you wouldn't wanna lose your job over him, but it's fun to think about. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, so this is you. Look at your card, Phoenix rising from the ashes, baby. Summoned, your flesh rises from the ashes and into the expansive flame of your soul. What a great message for you here is, yeah, you don't need to worry about all those. You're rising from the ashes and you're a beautiful phoenix. You don't need this is a you're in your rebirth. So I love this. Phoenix is the ultimate expression of life, death, and rebirth. She allows self destruction to take hold, tearing apart the old so that a new, more enlightened being can take shape. You can see the intelligent process of life and death cycle all the time. One season sheds into another, one day drifts into the past and allows a new day to enter the present. The bush loses one brilliant bloom so that a new rose can flourish. I love this for you. Phoenix is lighting a blaze in your life. You're about to embark on a fresh journey, but before you can welcome the new, you must be willing to shed something old. Do not consider this process to be a sacrifice. Instead, consider it to be a trade in or an upgrade rather than a loss. For what you will receive in return will be much improved from what you have now or had. Even if you are happy with your current situation, pulling this card is a sign that there are bigger, better things just over the horizon. Additionally, Phoenix represents a breakthrough or a significant change in circumstances. What you've inquired about today is nearly at its end. In this way, Phoenix represents hope for a new beginning. You may be the lucky receiver of a financial windfall, suddenly find the solution to a long term problem, or move past troubles in a relationship. Be at peace, for soon all will be well. I love this for you because will he realize what he had was special? No. I feel like you need to realize you just need to burn away all that old. The validation you're looking from him is useless, right? Because, there is this, I need him to realize I was special is BS, right? You do not. His opinion of you means nothing. You gave it a lot of worth when you were with him, and you're giving it less and less worth as you go. And you'll get to this point where you realize his opinion of me means nothing. I don't need him to validate my worth because I validate my worth. I'm the one that knows that I'm special. It doesn't matter what they think. They're not smart enough to realize how special you are. So why do you wanna listen to someone who's dumb? Why does their stupid opinion mean anything about for you, right? Yeah. Yeah, what Chelsea said, right? Yeah. And that's the truth is that in the beginning, when things are new, people can show their feelings, but then when their fears and their old patterns kick in, then you realize, "Oh," you know? But it was all a reflection for you. One of the amazing things we realize is that how we feel inside isn't them creating those feelings. The feelings we feel when we're around different people is being generated inside of us. So really, this is deep. So let's try to grasp this. I'm gonna try to grasp it myself. That the feelings that I have when I'm with a certain person are because of how I feel about myself when I'm with someone. So it's not them generating my feelings, it's me generating my feelings with the thoughts I have around myself when I'm with someone. And I can generate that for myself at any time without any of them in my life. Yeah. Well, and that's, when you realize that we can't receive more any love from others more than we feel for ourselves, then you can realize that all he didn't have a whole lot of self-love, so he couldn't give you a whole lot of love, but he couldn't receive a whole lot of love. So all the love you were giving, he didn't have the capacity to receive it because he doesn't love himself, right? And so when you realize and then we're like, "My heart was starving because you had more self-love," that there's like you couldn't receive a whole lot back, right? So but you are the phoenix rising from the ashes, so you'll learn through all this and realize, yeah, other people what people, receive or don't receive and everything, that doesn't define who you are, right? That tells you about what's going on with them, doesn't tell you about your lovability or your, anything around you, so it's empowering once we can get that and we can, like, return to us and go, "Wait a minute, my worth never changes based on anything happening outside of me, other people's thoughts, any other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence or whatever, don't change my worth. I learn more about the other person, and I learn more about what is my thinking around myself too, right? So I know, what an experience, yay. Alright, yes, you got this, that's right, Chelsea. Stormborn, you have this. You are a phoenix rising from the ashes. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations, and I love the growth that I've seen in you since, you came into our chat. I feel the strength, I feel your power, I feel your brightness so much. Oh, and you're a Scorpio, yep, so definitely, the story of the Scorpio that starts off as a scorpion, then they transform into a snake, which they shed their skin, they grow more, they turn into an eagle, they're able to fly above the storms, and then they transform into the phoenix. So I love that. You're a cat lady of the sea. We had many talks about the cats. Yes, yes, many about the cats. I remember. Years ago, a friend told you to think about it as it's not my problem anymore, and for some reason that made me feel like a weight was lifted off my shoulders, like not worrying what he was thinking. Yeah. I think there was this, I love that because it reminds me of I think I shared it was I think it was an Instagram post or something where they said, it was like one of those, where there's all these, several women trying to match up with several men, and they all lived in a giant mansion for a month or whatever, how long this season was or whatever. I don't watch trash TV. Um, my host does. That's her little go-to. And I'm like, ugh, I like more sci-fi. But this particular Instagram post cracked me up because they were interviewing all the women and the host was this one was a female and she was like, so how do you feel that this person stole your boyfriend stole so and so from you? And she was like, no, wait a minute. She's like, no. She said, first of all, they did not steal my man, they took my problem, so they are your problem now, not mine. And I loved it. I was like, "Wow." They're like, "You should get that T-shirt put on there. You know, you took my problem, not my love. You took my problem. Thank you." So I love that. Isn't that hilarious? So good. Oh, very good, Sherry. All right. Woo whoop. Welcome, welcome. So let me get some everyone else on the list here. Yeah. Thank you, next. I love Ariana Grande too. She's such a force. Alright, let me see here. So, Sherry, we got your question up here. So, hello, hello. Get you on the free list here. And I think we had a few more. Okay, there's that. Oh, yeah. And Kita. There we go. I know we had another one that came in here. So, Ankita, we'll get you on the free list here. I think that was it. Let me just make sure here. I would hate to leave anyone out. Gasp. Oh, I think I got Krabby. Yeah, I did get Krabby Kaka on there. All right. And Marissa. All right. So let us dive in here. I love all the love in the room. Yeah, and especially, I love how when we realize and we talk about these things, that's why I do my podcast too, to share, a lot of the dramas and traumas that I went through. Because when you realize that we're not alone, it makes us feel better in a way. Like, oh, I'm not the only, person that experienced all this crap. It's like, oh, it just kind of allows us to feel like not so picked on and in a way, I guess. All right. So we'll dive in here. I've got 4 free readings, remaining here. We've got Krabby Kaka or Happy Haha, also AKA a support group. Yeah, this is what this is. It's a support group. This is what our channel is about. And then Marissa, and then Ankita, and then Sherry. You'll be up after that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The social media is like, everyone's wonderful. Look at the wonderful life I'm having, and as they're posting, right? All right. So let's dive back in here. So we got here. So Krabby Kaka, you are up for 1619. So feel free to support each other in the chat. I'm all for it. So should you really be with this guy? All right, let's take a look here. What with spirit, there is like no shoulds. Hold my hand, my turn now. That's right. We'll hold your hand. We're holding your hand. Because there's no should. There's like different choices with different experiences, different outcomes, you know. So what we'll do is here, we'll do one card for if you are with this guy, what kind of energy there is, and if you're not, what kind of energy there is. So you can decide what you would like because there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices. So if you are with them, you have that. If you're not with them, you actually get 2 for that. So let's take a look here. Wait. Should you really be with this guy? Yeah, you got the Chariot, which is the power of choice. That this is more of a I don't know, I'd say like an experience more um than a long-term forever kind of energy. This is more, that there's other choices to make further down the road. So I don't feel like this is like your forever person, as they say, or your soul partner. This feels more like a stepping stone. Someone you learn about yourself through. And when you've learned enough, then you'll be like like Ariana Grande. Thank you. Next. um, if you don't, um, yeah, and I feel like if you don't hang out with them or continue with them, you still will learn with the 8 of Pentacles. You still will go through your transformation. You'll still put in blood, sweat, and tears. You'll still learn a lot, like with this Justice card, which rules over it's Libra that rules over the house of relationship and partnership. That you'll cut away a lot of thought and belief and mindset of you'll learn a lot about what you don't want, and you learn about what you do. So I feel like there's a couple stepping stones that are coming in here, and you can either learn them through one person or through the same person in 5 different bodies like I did. I didn't stick with one person for, like, 15 years. I had a 3-year relationship and then a 1 year and a 3-year and a 1 year. and single for 3 years, learning through a bunch of kind of not kinda dating, hanging out with people, not dating because I was like, "I'm done with this for a while." And then in 1 year, you just learn, right? Well, so he was like, "Maybe we think about this moving forward." You Pancho said, "Wait, what?" And he said, "Can you please" he said, "Can you please give me some time to think about this and tell you my decision? This isn't a relationship." "Oh, you shouldn't should you really be with this guy?" Yeah. So whatever kind of it's a relationship if it's with a human, it's a relationship of some kind, right? So it is a relationship, it's just not a committed relationship, right? So, I feel like there is, there is a little bit of this is more of a stepping stone than it is, you know, um, than a forever person. I feel like you'll learn through it, but it's not necessary. It's not written in stone that you have to be in this relationship. You get to choose, and then you can choose when you're done with it too. But I don't feel like it's this beautiful, beautiful, you know, I feel like you tend to have to dim your energy to kind of have things kind of work. You kind of have to lower your energy, it feels like, in that you're not I don't know, it's like you're shrinking to be with them in a way instead of feeling like you can be fully expressive who you are in yourself with them. And so I feel like again it's a choice energy. You can be with them for as long as you want, but you can learn and grow through it is the main thing that kind of comes with that. Oh, I thought for a minute I thought that was Krabby was saying that. So kind of talking stage? No, they've been hanging around together. Sorry, I don't mean to call you out, Krabby. But you're like, well, we know that kind of works a little bit, you know. You're like, okay, we got that. We know that's okay. That kind of works, but you know, yeah, hanging around. That's that's exactly. Like I was in my 3 years, I was hanging around with some people, not a serious committed relationship and, you know, but it doesn't mean that they were a good partner relationship material, but there was some fun times. And so it's more, okay, what's happening here, right? Right. So, hopefully that gives you a little clarity. It's not something that's gonna be for forever. You'll learn a lot about yourself, about what you want and what you don't want. But yeah, enjoy it for what it is, fun. Alright. I'm gonna leave that there before I get in trouble. So, that's what they have, Krabby Kaka. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Then we got Marissa Smith in the house, 42258. So, Marissa, you guys are so much fun. So, Marissa, there is your timestamp. So, oh, that's right. So, April posted all over her Instagram page about her man, but he was with you last night. Is this desperation or shenanigans? Let's take a look. Thank you. We have the Emperor here, the Aries. I feel like this is A that's coming in here, right? And, um, the 7 of Cups energy here. It's a lot of emotional confusion. I don't feel like, how we talked about did we talk about the other night how they're slowly moving away from them? that they haven't really made it crystal clear that they're not there anymore. They're in that transition period in between the 2, kind of energy that's there. So, um, I don't feel like A has really taken the, complete control of the situation and said, "This is over, we're not together anymore." It's more of, maybe they'll get the hint as I back away and respond less and less. So, I feel like part of this is the lack of clarity that they have given to them. And the other is a little bit of, well, if I put it out here, maybe that'll make them stay and make them go, "Oh, no, everyone knows." But they don't must not know him very well. That never stops them, does it? They don't play the games that way. They do what they wanna do anyway. So, I feel like it's a little bit of a desperate act because they feel them pulling away because they have been pulling away, pulling away, pulling away, pulling away. But, you know, like I said, remember, they're trying to break the cycle of what they do, but, definitely be aware that, you know, they come close for a little bit and then they start pulling away. It's like the 4, right? They go to this person and they're paying attention to them, and then they back away as they start paying attention to this person, and then they do that for a while, and then they start moving away and to pay attention to this person. They go through 3 or 4, of these baby mamas and that, so they go in that, and it's good to remember that, right? Because they're trying to change, but I think we talked about that even though people have good intentions, it's hard for them to, like an alcoholic, to do it on their own and think that I can be in a bar and change my behavior while still drinking. You're like, he needs more. If he wants to change, then he needs to do something more extreme, right? But, we'll see. But I feel like that's the answer to your question there, right? Thanks for saying that, Chelsea. I love that. We need to get on a Zoom and get the story behind this question. I should have, like, a private website. Yeah, straight men are just wonderful. Some of them are, but humans in general, when we're in fear, if we don't do our inner work, you know, we definitely have challenges. Um, Male, female, and everything in between and outside of that. Humans, we go into fight or flight, we go into habit, we go into conditioning, we go into reactions instead of, and a lot of humanity, we will walk around on autopilot and unconscious, just living off of our reactions instead of, when we realize I get to choose, when we step into our power, that's when we start making different choices and start changing our life instead of, keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Humanity is insane until we're not. So I agree. But there's some amazing people out there. But the thing is when we become conscious and we find our self-love, we stop looking for love on the outside world a lot because we're content. And then we're like, is there any love out there? And then they create, websites of enlightened people finding love. And then all the unenlightened people get on there looking for enlightened people. And then they pollute the pool. We, right? All right. So anyway, let's continue on, so Marissa, hopefully that helps. Much love to you. And then we got Ankita for 2903. So Ankita, there is your timestamp. Hello, hello. Why does R behave bad to me suddenly? What does he think of you? All right, let's take a look here. Sorry, crack my neck. I think I slept on it weird last night. All right. So why does R, when you say behave badly, you know, like a 2-year-old, you mean? Let's see here. And we got the Chariot and the Two of Cups. Yeah, the Chariot is the power of choice energy coming in here. The Two of Cups is also the power of emotional choice. And so, you know, when we look at why they're not um they're not behaving bad is the first thing that we look at, right? And we're like, no, they are. It's And we can kind of just clarify, they are reacting out of fear, right? When someone acts in a non-loving, compassionate, intelligent way, then we know they're in fear because an emotionally mature person in that's not in fear will act from intelligence, will act from compassion, will act from love, higher love energy, right? But when our little inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, then what lovely thing happens is that we go into fight or flight mode and we reject and repel the intelligent, loving, compassionate side of us out of the control room. And then we're acting like a 2-year-old in it. Its pet hissing cat are the ones that are in control. And so we act like basically at the age when we first felt the wound that's being activated. And so when you look at that, um, that there's a fear activated, something inside of them, and then they're doing this. Now, when they're doing this, and suddenly we have a belief inside of us that that action means something about me, then my little inner child feels unsafe and out of control or uncomfortable. And then I get out of my, intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And then I'm in reaction mode, acting at the age. So we're basically children fighting with each other or trying to get each other to love us or trying to make each other hurt or you hurt me, no, you hurt me. And we act like children instead of mature adults that can have adult conversations and adult solutions and that type of thing. So why he behaves the way he does suddenly when he thinks of you, I mean, and you said what he thinks of you. That's why he suddenly, has this and behaves this way. It triggers, it's fearful. And um and I feel like spirit is like we don't want to know what they think of you because that's the thoughts about themselves. That's the trigger. They're not seeing you clearly because they're seeing you from a place of fear and they just see shadows and monsters. And so if you ask him, what does he see? A monster. He sees a monster, a scary monster that's going to hurt him. God, God, get away from me, you scary monster. What does that do to you? I'm a monster. No, you're like, oh, that's silly. I'm not a monster, you little child, you. But when we can look at it from that perspective and we realize, oh, what's interesting is what does he think of you? When you look at this, it's a mirror, right? I love how that kind of presented that way. Everyone's a mirror. When we get kind of caught up in what other people think of us or what a specific person thinks of us, we're kind of looking for our identity and our worth outside of us into a different place. And when we realize how we're giving away our power by caring what other people's opinions of us are, um, and I feel like as humans, we always will to some extent, but when we're giving it so much, like 10% of my worth is what I think of myself, 90% of what everyone else is. That's a way out of balance, and we end up feeling unstable, and everyone's changing. Everyone thinks of us differently depending on how they're feeling and how they were conditioned growing up and their experiences, their pain. everyone sees us differently, right? When we get it back to maybe 90% of what I believe about my worth comes from inward and upward, grounded in that foundation of eternal unconditional love and the creator of all things, things were amazing and wonderful and perfect, you know, that's a strong foundation. And then 10% in the outside world, you know, every once in a while we feel, and then we're like, wait a minute, that's not me. This is me, and then we return more quickly to the solidity of who we really are. But, you know, hopefully that brings a little more clarity and I don't know, clarity for the situation there. Because they don't wanna tell you what they think of you besides that you're a scary monster that's gonna hurt them. Alright, so that's what they have for you, Ankita. Enjoy. Alright, and then Sherry, 4:35:10 is your timestamp. So Sherry, thanks for hanging out with us. And so your question is, does your ex think about you? You're a Sagittarius. My host is a Sagittarius. How funny, and he's a Pisces. This past week, he has strongly been on your mind. It's interesting is that so my dad's a Sagittarius, my mom's a Pisces. My host, her dad was a Pisces and her mom was a Sagittarius. I don't know if these 2 work well together. Both were divorced. It's a Sagittarius is such a fire, fun, hilarious energy, and Pisces can be so serious, right? Yeah, um, so I get it. But let's take a look here. So does your ex think about you? So based on current energies, do they think about you, and what do they think about you? How about that? Um, they think about you when they're sad. You have the 5 of Cups, which makes sense, right? Because I feel like one of the things that really draws Pisces and Sagittarians together in the beginning, Sagittarians are, like I said, are so full of light and humor and almost extroversion in a way. They're beautiful energy. They make Pisces laugh. They help Pisces move from lower vibration, swimming in the dark side of the pond, into the light side of the pond. They draw them to the sunny side, and then the Pisces is like, "Oh, wow, I love this, I love this," but Pisces also loves to go into the dark side of the pond. They need to recover. They need that balance. It's like the yin yang. You'll often see a dark fish and a light fish as the symbol of Pisces. They need to dive into the dark side. They need to feel that, go into the dark emotion. And um Sagittarius doesn't like it. Like, why you gotta be such a party pooper? Why do you gotta feel so down? Come on, choose to be brighter. And Pisces doesn't like that. That's where the comes from. So they do think about you when they're feeling down because you're the person that would make them feel better a lot in their life, right? You were a bright light for them. And so they do think about you with that. And I imagine you think strongly of them and you're very empathic and you pick up on energies, right? So I feel like you you strongly think of them when they are in a low vibration because as a Sagittarius too, you like feeling that hero energy a little bit. You like being that, look at me, not look at me outwardly, but inside, like, wow, I feel good that I helped someone laugh today to see the light, to see their life brighter, you know? And I feel like when their lower vibrational energy activates, your higher vibrational energy activates going, oh, and when you think about them, what you can do is send them bright love energy to surround them and let their higher self do what they want to do with that. But that can help you kind of send that when you think of them, instead of feeling like, I want to be back together with them. I hope, whatever, just send them love energy and then that'll help. Um, cure that sudden urge. Let's see here. What do they think about you as more here? Yeah, I do feel like, a lot of emotional energy, of course, Pisces. They 6 of cups, they think about the times you had. They think about getting back together. The 9 of cups, the positive things, the dream come true energy. Look, I remember all the good times. But I love how Spirit's bringing in, you know, forget I read it somewhere, or is one of the Instagram. I follow a lot of people that talk about relationship things because I love diving into the psychology and the emotional sides and the awareness of things. But like one of the fastest cures to whenever we're like thinking about all the good times and missing someone is write down all the times that you felt hurt in the relationship. And that really helps balance it out and going, yeah, it's easy to want to get back together with someone when we're thinking, well, the positive, fun things. But when we really go, oh, you remember why we broke up? Why it's not there anymore? Oh, yeah, I remember now. Never mind. But they do see you as like, wow, you know, I do feel like that lower vibration expression of Pisces does look at Sagittarius as like, oh, I wish I could be that way. Because I know my mom, I don't even know what my stepfather what he was. They were only together a couple years, but I feel like he was also kind of this outgoing, funny kind of person. Maybe he was like an Aries. He feels like an Aries. Um, or Leo, maybe a Leo. But, he was like this, again, she like he does all the talking, I get to be there and experience it. He's the one that's outgoing. He's the one that gets me to go do things I wouldn't do because the Pisces likes to be in the pond. They drew him out of the pond, you know. Um, so hopefully that resonates there, but definitely a lot of emotional energy. They're an emotional being. Um, I don't know if that's a good match for your energy, you know. Oh, Sherry, that the song, from what is her name? You probably know it. Um, "My love." I forget what the name of it is now. Like, I can see him playing Steve Perry? No. Who is it? He had longer hair, had a really high, high voice. It's not Chicago. Anyway, there's a song, Sherry. "You should have been gone." Or is that "I Ain't Missing You at All"? Is that the song? Hmm, hmm. I know, right? I could ask, although I would activate everyone's if you're listening on, the speaker. Sometimes I listen to Instagram and they say, the little thing that you ask questions on the wall, and it activates. They're like, "No, go no, they weren't talking to you." Um, what is it? Well, we have internet here. Here, I'll use my phone instead of my computer. I gotta think of it now. Since I'm all done with readings for now, let's see. Is it Steve? Was it Steve Perry? Journey. That's what it was, right? Yeah, Steve Perry, "Oh Sherry" was the song. I know. Aw. It was written for and about Steve Perry's then girlfriend, Sherry Swafford, who also starred in the music video. Aw. The relationship was considered a teenage Romeo and Juliet story of the '80s. I like it. And then they broke up. No. Oh, isn't that the way it goes? But, Thank you guys so much for all of your wonderful support of one another. I love how we do have such a wonderful group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, and awfully a lot of drama and trauma in our lives that we can all share and support each other with. Because, if you listen to my podcast, The Easier Path, there are a lot of things we share in there about our lives and tools. And if you guys do listen to it and you want any kind of podcast episodes around anything, please let me know. Comment on those. I do see the comments. Right now we're starting a 4-part series after this of how to grow our empathic gifts. We already had 2 out here. The Empath's Heart Song. So for all of you, which I know you all are strong empaths, the first one was the Empath's Heart Song to learn about why we feel such big emotions and what we can do to ride the tsunami of emotion instead of getting drowned by it. And then the most recent one that just came out a couple days ago is the beginning of the growing the empathic gift. And then we'll have 4 stages after this. So the next 4, 17, 18, 19, and 20 will be all about the 4 phases of growing our empathic gift. So be sure to check those out. And of course, we're having Scorpio full moon energy still from yesterday. If you guys want to, learn a little more about here, this is the last of the videos that I'm making about making the most of full moon energies and new moon energies. So if you want to check it out, it does talk about how to make the most of that through release and affirmations. And then I did create a separate video that will remain on my main channel page. Actually, 2 of them, the basics of making the most of the full moon energy and the basics of making the most of new moon. New moons are new moon wishes and intentions. Full moons are release energy and affirmations. So all of those are down in the on my main channel page as well. If you ever want any of those, and I think that was everything. Yeah. So that is it, my friends. You're very welcome, Sherry. Um, I am on Wednesday through Sunday night, so I'll be back tomorrow. Can't believe it's Sunday tomorrow already, right? Today is Saturday, right? Yeah. So I'll be back tomorrow too. So if you guys like to join, I'll see you then. Until then, I'll see you when I see you. But remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things. Um, and I love you guys too. So hang in there. Hey, plate of spaghetti. Yeah, you were done a long time ago. Here, yeah. Here's your timestamp. I'll be posting all the timestamps here in a moment when I pin the comment, when I list all the readings and all the timestamps there as well. I know you get to go listen. Fun, fun. All right. So much love to you guys, and we'll see you on the flip side. You guys take care. Have a great night. Enjoy your full moon Scorpio dreaming tonight too. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you.